Taylor, do you need my glasses cleaner? Yeah, so Leanne has ribbons if anybody would like one. And then outside the door, as you're leaving, we have some leftover water bottles from ShyCon 7 from 2012 that are free. Take one. Keep hydrated. And so folks are aware, I'll say something at the beginning as well, but we are going to be live streaming panel. So your image for the on the ShyCon ones, I don't think anybody's going to be in it. I'm not sure about the Windycon stream, but be aware your image and or voice may be streamed. Yeah, but I think Windy, more of the room is, but I'm not sure. I think this is the room that Windy is streaming out of. I'm going to do that during the presentation. But we can't. Everybody should stand up for a second. Stand up. Better? I always feel better after a dance break. So unfortunately, no. So we were selling them through Offworld. So I believe, I think most of them are gone. I have a stash at home for as needed. So obviously extra ones that I have, I'll probably bring some to Cap. But I don't know how many I have. I need to do a count. So I didn't want to bring them here and then just determine later that I needed them. But I'm thinking I'll probably bring some to Cap. That's all. Yeah, unless like we're looking for another vendor, right, to do that kind of to do that kind of stuff like we did with Offworld. But and then if we do, we can have them through them. But we haven't found one yet that we want to work with, so we're working on it. Yeah. I have so much icon and stuff. It's unbelievable. And I know. So I'm thinking of doing that with my old con t-shirts, is like turning it into one of those t-shirt quotes. All right, Taylor, are we ready? All right. Dave in the back, are we ready? All right, cool. Audience, are we ready? Awesome. All right, Taylor, are we live? Let me know when we're live. Ready to take to the start. Okay. All right, this is going to be weird because I need my glasses to read the computer, but that makes all of you blurry. So if I'm not looking too closely at you, that's why, sorry. Right. Well, welcome to the update on ShyCon 8 presentation, which is taking place at Windycon 47 in Lombard, Illinois. A couple of housekeeping things before we get started. One is that this presentation is being live streamed. So on the ShyCon 8 stream, your voice may be heard if you ask a question in the room. I'm not sure if Windycon is streaming it as well, in which case your image may be too. If you are watching this online, hello internet. During the live stream, you're welcome to put questions into the comment section on either Facebook or Instagram, and we can read them out here in the room. If you're watching this as a recording, again, put your questions in the comments, sorry, and we will answer them for you on social media. The other housekeeping thing I want to say is I just want to give a huge shout out, thank you to Windycon for setting up the panel for me, for the tech crew, for making it happen, just for Windycon happening. I don't know about anybody else, but this is my first convention since Capricorn in February of 2020. And it feels really good to be back. So many, many thanks to Windycon for that. And as part of that, I also want to just give a shout out to the Windycon attendees because I was kind of nervous. Was anybody else a little nervous coming to their first convention? I was a little twitchy, yeah. But everybody's been like super good about wearing their mask, and I just felt super comfortable all weekend. So shout out to all of us, y'all. Okay. All right. So my name is Helen Montgomery, and I am proud to be the chair for ShyCon 8, the 80th World Science Fiction Convention, more commonly known as WorldCon. Today, I'm going to be doing a presentation. It's about 25 minutes or so. It's going to bring you up to date on ShyCon 8, including the information on the who, what, when, where, and why of WorldCon. We're going to tell you about our guests of honor, who we announced in 2020. We're going to tell you how you can get involved with the convention. And most importantly, and the thing I'm most excited about today is we're going to be announcing our featured guests. After the presentation, then I will be more than happy to take questions for the remainder of the time. So some information some of you already know. But I want to make sure that anybody who's new gets the full scoop. So ShyCon 8 will be held September 1st through 5th of 2022. We are a Thursday through Monday convention, with the Monday being the federal Labor Day holiday in the United States. Our theme for ShyCon 8 is Take to the Stars. And for me as chair, what this theme represents is imagination and a sense of wonder and the bright lights that we've used for forever to guide us on our journeys, right? So ShyCon 8 is all about exploring our universe and inspiring our attendees and celebrating our community. We will be back at the Hyatt Regency Chicago for ShyCon 8. The Hyatt Regency has been home to the last 4 Chicago WorldCons, and they are super excited to host us for a record 5th time. No other facility, no other city has hosted as many. So they're very happy to have us back. With the Hyatt, we're basically a convention under one roof. There are 2 hotel towers, and they're connected both above and below ground. And there's a massive convention center below the 2 towers. So if you don't want to leave the building, you don't have to leave the building. But we recommend that you do, because the Hyatt is located in downtown Chicago. It's right by the Magnificent Mile, the Riverwalk. It's in the Loop. So there's a ton of restaurants and shopping and sightseeing nearby. So we do recommend that you leave periodically. There's easy access from both airports, O'Hare and Midway, also from Amtrak and Greyhound to getting to the Hyatt. So full details on the Hyatt are available on our website. What we can tell you is if you're an attendee who needs an ADA accessible room, you're going to want to contact our access services, access@chycon.org, and information for that is also on the site. Reservations for ADA accessibility rooms is going to open in January of 2022. Reservations for everybody else will open mid-February-ish, after Capricorn, for those of you who are local Chicagos. And we'll have full details about reservations and how to make them and all of that coming before the end of the year on the website. If you go to our membership page on the website, you're going to see this lovely chart. I am not going to go through it with y'all right now. We're a literary convention. I'm assuming all of you will be able to read it. So perhaps that's a bad assumption, but I'm not going to go through it now. So all the rates, the detailed information about those rates, it's all online. Our current rates are good until December 20th. So you definitely want to register if you haven't already. You want to register before December 20th because the rates are going to go up. I do want to share a couple of things about our memberships here. So one is that we are offering, you'll see at the bottom there, a first attending WorldCon rate. And so if you've only had a supporting membership for a WorldCon before, and this is the year you want to go attending, you are qualified for this rate. If you've only had an attending membership for one of the virtual WorldCons, Con Zealand in 2020, or for virtual DisCon in 2021, you also qualify for this rate. If you've only ever attended as a virtual. So, so I just wanted to make sure that I point that out to you. So registration is open. You'll do that from our website. You can upgrade your membership from supporting to attending. Within your account, you can change your address or whatever. You can do all of that on your own within the website. It makes it really easy. If you do have any questions or problems with registering, email us at registration@chicon.org. Questions afterwards? No, you don't, Dave, because that's the next slide. We have an installment plan available. So we know that a lot of folks with COVID and everything, finances have been a little tight and tricky. So we do have an installment plan. What you do is you go to the website, to the website, you purchase a supporting membership for $50, click the box for installment plan that will lock the current rate for attending, and then you can pay at your convenience in $30 minimum increments. You just have to be paid in full by the end of May. So we wanted to make sure you knew about that. And then another way of doing financial assistance for folks, we have the Chicago WorldCon Community Fund. A couple of other conventions like DETCon in 2014 and Dublin in 2019 have had funds like this. It's a fund to help defray the expenses of attending ChiCon 8 for, in our case, 3 groups of people: non-white fans or program participants, LGBTQIA+ fans or program participants, and local Chicago area fans of limited means. For us, local Chicago area is a 120-mile radius around the city. And so if you live in that area and you have limited means, you can apply. We are currently accepting, this is crowdfunded. So if you are somebody who's in a position where you can donate to help that fund out, please do. You can do that from our website. And we also now have applications for the fund on the website. So those are a couple of things about memberships that I wanted to make sure everyone knew. So having told you that, the next piece is, we've gone through the when and the where and all that. So let's go to the why. Why do you want to come to WorldCon? Why do you want to buy this membership? It's because we're 5 days of awesome. We have all the things. Program is the backbone of WorldCon. We will have hundreds of program items with hundreds of program participants. There'll be workshops and panels and discussions and just presentations and everything that you can think of. We are the home to the Hugo Awards. The Hugos are nominated, finalists for the Hugo Awards are nominated by members of WorldCon and then voted on by members of the WorldCon. And the ceremony to present and announce the winners is held at WorldCon. In our case, that will be the Sunday evening of ChiCon 8. We have a fantastic art show where you can browse and buy art. We will have demonstrations from artists, and we have a print shop, and we're going to have several special displays of art. We have a huge dealer's room, jewelry, books, costuming, gaming, you name it, we'll have it there. We also have the Masquerade, which is a big event at WorldCon. This is going to be Saturday night at ChiCon 8. It's being run by the Chicago chapter of the International Costumers Guild. And the Masquerade is a place where you get to show off your costuming talents through both workmanship as well as presentation. We have a bunch of exhibits at a WorldCon. It's like our own little museum. So we'll have a bunch of exhibits that you can wander through and look at. One of the exhibits that we're going to be doing, and this overlaps also with program, is called the 1946 Project. So I've mentioned the Hugo Awards. There's also something called the Retro Hugos. And with the Retro Hugos, there's rules about who can do it, but the idea is if there was a WorldCon, but no Hugo Awards, you can award them now, right? So, and we had the opportunity, we were eligible to do 1946. And we said, you know, instead of doing that, let's just do a whole project around what was going on in 1946 in fandom. So we're going to be looking at, you know, what were conventions like in 1946, right after the war? What was the media like? What were the books like? So we're going to be doing a lot of panels and displays on that. And that's being run for us by Cora Buellert, who is a past fan writer, Hugo finalist for fan writer. And she's taking care of that for us. We're going to have something that we're calling the ShyCon Fringe. This will be stuff that's going to happen all of next year leading up to the convention. So we'll have some online events. We're going to try to do some in-person events just to get you excited and see what's going on with ShyCon. And then Fringe will also be things that are going on right before and after and during the convention outside of the Hyatt. So as I'll give you two examples from last time. For ShyCon 7, the weekend before the convention, we had a meetup at Bristol Renaissance Fair, right? That Leanne there organized for us. So people just showed up at Bristol as this huge group and did that. And then during the convention, we had a group of about 30 people who went to a Cubs game, right? There's a very large overlap between WorldCon fandom and baseball fandom. So Fringe will be organizing that kind of thing. And then we have the stuff that come to expect at conventions, right? We're going to have a con suite. There'll be a ton of gaming. We will have fan tables where groups can come tell you about their convention or their group and how you can get involved. We will have a children's program. We're going to have a teen lounge. And of course, because it's us, y'all, we're going to have some parties. So it's 5 days. It doesn't stop. You know, we don't roll up when the street lights come on, right? We go until the wee hours. So, and in addition to that, our guests of honor, we announced these folks in July of 2020 when we won. Charles DeLint is our author guest of honor. He's the author of more than 70 adult, young adult, and children's books. He's been recognized with a Lifetime Achievement Award by the World Fantasy Convention, and his novels and short fiction have won the World Fantasy Award, the Aurora Award, the Prix Ozone, and the Sunburst Award. Floyd Norman is our artist guest of honor. He's been working for Disney Studios since 1957. He was the first African-American animator for Disney. He started on Sleep Beauty, which is my personal favorite. But he's worked on many Disney films. In the 1960s, he also co-founded Vignette Films, and that led him to do work on Sesame Street, Fat Albert Show, and his films about Black history. He's also worked as an animator for Hanna-Barbera and Pixar. He has earned the Fritz Frayling Award for Lifetime Achievement for Excellence in Animation, the Winsor McKay Award, and the Inkpot Award. And in 1979, he was inducted into the Black Filmmakers Hall of Fame. Our fan guests of honor are Edie Stern and Joe Ciclari. Edie has been a science fiction fan since 1959 and has served as the webmaster for the Fan History Project at fanac.org. She runs the Fan History YouTube channel, and she's run over 70 conventions, from local conventions to WorldCons, including running program for MagicCon, the 1992 WorldCon. Joe's been involved with fandom since 1965. He chaired MagicCon, which was the 50th WorldCon in 1992, and he's worked at hundreds of other conventions. He's chaired the FANAC Fan History Project, which sponsors things like Fancyclopedia 3. And he was also the Down Under Fan Fund, the Duff Delegate in 2005. In 2016, he was nominated for a Hugo for co-editing WorldCon Guest of Honor speeches with Mike Resnick, who was our guest of honor for ShyCon 7, by the way. And in 2016, Edie and Joe were the recipients of the Big Heart Award. Our final guest of honor is Earl Korshak. Um, Earl has been a science fiction fan since 1934. He served as the secretary and acting chair at the second Worldcon, ShyCon, in 1940. He founded Shasta Publishers, which was one of the first science fiction specialty presses, and he was an avid collector of science fiction art. After stepping away from fandom, he returned in the 1980s and revived Shasta as Shasta Phoenix, with a focus on publishing about science fiction art. He was inducted into the first Fandom Hall of Fame in 1996. And we're so excited. We were so excited to be able to honor him, and that he passed away in August of this year. He was one of the last two people alive who attended the very first Worldcon in 1939. He passed away in August, but we're absolutely still going to be honoring him at ShyCon 8. We've been working with his family and all, and we just want to celebrate what an amazing guy he was, and the kind of life he lived. So, like 3 weeks before he died, he took his annual trip to Monaco. I aspire to that at 98 years old. Yeah. Our Toastmasters, you're going to be seeing a lot of them at things like opening ceremonies and closing ceremonies, and most importantly, they will be our MCs for the Hugo ceremony, Annalee Newitz and Charlie Jane Anders. So Charlie Jane is the Hugo and Nebula award-winning author of All the Birds in the Sky and The City of the Middle of the Night, and lots of other awesome things. Annalee is the author of the novels Autonomous, The Future of Another Timeline. They also founded the post-World War II American Literature and Culture Database. And you also may know them from their Hugo Award-winning podcast, Our Opinions Are Correct, and also their work on IO9. So, and as if all of this was not enough reason to be excited about coming to Worldcon. But wait, there's more. We are super excited today to announce here at Windycon our featured guests. When we chose our guests of honor, we were viewing them as receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award, right? But we knew we also wanted to bring in some featured guests, and we were thinking about a couple of different things for these folks. We were thinking people who would be up and coming, right? People who maybe they've been around for a long time, but Worldcon doesn't really know about them very much, and they should. We wanted to look for folks who are members of historically marginalized groups, and we wanted to find people with strong ties to Chicago. So with those criteria in mind, we came up with our list, we came up with our group, and I'm so excited to announce them to you. So without further ado, our first featured guest is Dr. Eve L. Ewing. Dr. Ewing is a sociologist of education and a writer from Chicago. She is the award-winning author of 4 books, 2 Afrofuturist poetry collections. One is Electric Arches, the other is 1919. She also is known for the nonfiction work Ghosts in the Schoolyard, Racism in School Closings on Chicago's South Side. And most recently, earlier this year, she released her first novel for young readers called Maya and the Robot, which is delightful. If you have a middle grade reader, this needs to go on the holiday gift list, y'all. It's so fun. She is the co-author with Nate Marshall of the play No Blue Memories, The Life of Gwendolyn Brooks. She has also written many, many projects for Marvel Comics, most notably known for the Ironheart series. Dr. Ewing is an assistant professor at the University of Chicago Crown Family School of Social Work Policy and Practice. Social workers represent. So Eve L. Ewing is our first featured guest. Our second featured guest is Gene Ha. He is the artist on Wonder Woman Historia, the Amazons Volume 2, with Kelly Sue DeConnick from DC Comics, which is coming next year. He has drawn Alan Moore's Top 10, and he's drawn a whole bunch of Marvel and DC superhero comics, which has won 4 Eisner Awards, the highest award in American comics. Gene also draws and writes May, M-A-E, from Own Press. It's the story of May Fortell, a girl who follows her long missing sister Abby to a world of mad science and mystery. In October, Jean received the 2021 Hero Initiative Dick Giordano Humanitarian Award at Baltimore Comic-Con. Jean lives in just outside of Chicago. He's in Berwyn with his wife, Lisa. And last, absolutely not least, Eric Wilkerson is our third featured guest. Eric is a Chesley Award-winning illustrator and concept artist whose client list includes Wizards of the Coast, Weta Workshop, Marvel, Dark Horse Comics, Scholastic, and Disney Publishing, to name just a few. He's created art for film, TV, advertising, publishing, comics, and video games. He is a graduate of the School of Visual Arts, where he also teaches illustration. And he also focuses on painting people of color having out-of-this-world adventures. Some of you may remember he was our artist guest at Capricorn a few years ago. And we were so impressed with everything that he did that I wanted to see about bringing him back, and folks agreed with me. All right. So again, Evel Ewing, Jean Ha, and Eric Wilkinson are our featured guests, and we're very excited to have them. So this is the part where I tell you that you can get involved. So there are a lot of ways that you can get involved. Worldcon is entirely volunteer, right? Nobody gets paid to do this. It is absolutely a labor of love. From the attendee side of things, you can get involved through program, by being on program. If you go to our website, there is information there that you can fill out and say, I'm interested in being on program, and then you'll get the survey and start that ball rolling. We will have live theater at ChiCon 8. That's one of my big things. If you or someone you know is involved in nerdy theater of some sort and want to perform at ChiCon 8, let us know. We will have, of course, concerts. And again, if you're part of an appropriately nerdy filker music group, we'd love to see you. For artists and dealers, the full information on registering to be in the art show and applying to be a dealer will be available on the website by the end of November. We have all of the text. We're just finishing up all that kind of stuff there. If none of that is exciting to you, you can volunteer to do stuff behind the scenes. We have so many jobs. There's stuff that is pre-con only. There's stuff that's at-con only. There's stuff that overlaps the two. There's stuff where you might spend maybe an hour a week. There's stuff where you might spend a full-time job. So there's lots and lots of stuff in exhibits and program and hospitality. And, you saw all of the various things that we're offering. Well, we need people to help run them. So if you are interested, again, chicon.org, and then you go to volunteering page and fill out the volunteer form. If you know what you want to do, like we do have a list of some open jobs, so you can look at that. Or if there's something where you're like, I really want to work on exhibits, awesome, let us know that. If you don't know what you want to do, put in your skills and things you're interested in. Our volunteer coordinator, Alice, will contact you and will work with you to figure out what's going to be a good fit. As the chair, I want people to have fun doing this. It is a hobby. It's a hobby with a budget of over $1 million, but it is a hobby. And it should be fun. So I want you, if you're going to volunteer, it should be something that you are excited about. It is something that you're like, this is going to be so cool. And I can't wait to help make this convention happen by doing this thing. Because when we're excited about it, inevitably we're going to hit some speed bumps, right? That excitement is what's going to carry us over. So, so definitely, we will be happy to find you the right fit, the right job. If real life happens and you're like, oh, I can't do this anymore, or maybe it's not working out like I thought, totally cool. Let us know. We'll have to help you find something else. No worries. But we definitely need you for that. I also want to take a couple minutes and just talk about some of our diversity and inclusion initiatives. This is something that's been really important to me since we started the bid. Traditionally, there have been a lot of groups of people who over the years have been historically marginalized by the larger community and also by Worldcon, right? And so we've been thinking a lot about what can we do about that. So we held some focus groups. We held one with people of color, one with LGBTQIA+, and one with people with disabilities to talk to them about Worldcon and, you know, what kinds of things do they look for with regards to diversity and inclusion. We're also excited, I believe we're going to be the first convention to ever do this, but all of our division heads, so the high level management, we are doing an anti-racism training in January 2022 with Crossroads Anti-Racism based here in Chicago. And next summer, we are looking into options for doing what they call bystander intervention training for all of our staff. And the idea is to make people feel more comfortable with intervening if they're seeing a problem happening, whatever that problem may be. For the next couple of things, these are things that we're doing. And again, this is a place where we definitely need volunteers. We're looking for sensitivity readers, people who can read through all of our publications, who can be looking at social media and everything, to make sure that we don't say something really stupid. So we're looking for sensitivity readers. We are also planning to have some safer spaces and meetups. We're going to have a safer space for people of color, one for LGBTQIA, one for people with disabilities. But we need folks to help manage those rooms and those meetups so that they can happen. We are also going to have what we are calling Tranquility Base to go along with our theme of Take to the Stars. This is our low sensory input room, kind of a quiet space for people to go and recombobulate as they need. We are also going to have a nursing mother's room where you can go to nurse or pump. And we're also going to put in just some children's play areas. This is kind of like what you see at the mall, right? A little fenced area where small children can just run around and burn off all their energy. We're going to have a couple of those around for parents. We're also looking to do some program items in both Polish and Spanish, since in Chicago, those are two huge things. If you are somebody who speaks Polish or Spanish and is interested in being on program for that, please, please, please go to the website, fill out the program interest form and let us know. And then finally, we are looking at CART, which is the live closed captioning for several events, as well as SL interpretation. And we will also be providing our members with assistance in getting mobility devices as needed. So that's some of what we're doing for diversity and inclusion. So this last year, we've actually done a remarkable amount considering the pandemic. There's some stuff we're maybe not quite as far as we'd like, but we're getting there. We've been really focusing on finalizing processes and recruiting area heads and staff, making sure we have our timeline for the remaining, oh my God, less than a year, y'all. So going forward, there are some more processes to be finalized. There's still more recruitment to be done. And then we're also starting to look into what we want to do for virtual ChiCon 8, which may end up with a snazzier name. But, you know, we know that there are going to be people who can't attend ChiCon 8 in person for a variety of reasons. And we're working on our plans for virtual participation. We don't know yet what it's going to look like, but we have started planning it. We are talking about it, and we will absolutely keep you updated. And that is just part of the last item of things we're doing in the future, which is all the planning. All of it. We had our first in-person division head weekend in October down at the Hyatt. So where we kind of finalized our space allocation and did a bunch of stuff. We're looking at having an all-staff meeting next year so everyone can see it. I'm looking at possibly, if you're coming to Capricorn, the new Capricorn Hotel is across the river from the Hyatt. So I'm also looking at maybe doing some tours for people who are interested in seeing Hyatt. And yeah, it's just all the planning is coming over the next several months. So, and Here's how you can reach us. Website is shycon.org. There's lots of information there already, including our first 2 progress reports. All of our progress reports are electronic only. They get posted on the website and announced on social media when they come out, and we also email members to let them know it's out. Our next one will be released tomorrow, Monday, November 15th. So definitely you'll want to go to the website tomorrow and take a look at progress report 2. We are always adding more material to our website and posting on social media. We encourage you to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We are at Chicago Worldcon for all 3 of those. And do come back every couple of weeks to the website and see what we've added. There's always new stuff. If you have some general questions, you can send them to info@shycon.org. There's also a contact us form on the website if you prefer to go that way. We are so looking forward to seeing everybody in 2022. So stay safe and healthy until then, and I am happy to take questions. Yes, sir. Say again? How much is going to be in the hotel's basement? A large chunk of it, because the convention center is underground. There is some stuff on the ground floor and the upper, like 1 level up. But yeah, the most of the convention center is in the basement. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, many people will be downstairs for quite a bit, but I promise that one of the goals is that we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to take breaks and to go to events that they want to go to, right? You know, and to get outside and see the sunshine occasionally. So I'm pretty solar powered, so I totally understand that.
And one of the buildings, I'm trying to think of the east building, and it's like you enter from downstairs in the basement and you go up to a tower. It was real tight in the building. It was real dangerous. Not like this.
Are you thinking about the escalators, like, or I'm not?
No, I'm not escalators. But you're right. You come down like a hallway, and it gets up into another portion of the hotel. It's like an old, something up there is real tight. Check it out. Do you know what I'm talking? Yeah. It was so tight.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
they have a section in like the newer part of the hotel, just like this was nice. You know?
Yeah. So the question is about, there's some spaces in the Hyatt that are kind of cramped and really tight together. So they have done some remodeling since 2012. One of the big things they did is, if you're there in 2012, you might remember in the main lobby, there was this giant fountain in the middle of it. That's gone. They've expanded the restaurant and bar there, and also put in a whole lot of comfy seating. So it's a much more welcoming, lovely environment to be in. And then they've also done, I'm wondering if you're thinking about the 3rd floor rooms. There was a suite of rooms there. Those have been redone. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly which section you're talking about, but they have done a bunch of remodeling. And one of the things that, you know, we do always want to look at is making sure there's room for everybody, you know, to get from place to place and all of that. We know there are choke points. We'll be working on those in terms of managing elevators, you know, trying, especially, we know the elevators are a choke point, particularly for folks who are using mobility assistance devices. And we are working with our access team and our operations team on how we can make that as best we can. One of the nice things about going back to the Hyatt, honestly, is that we know where those choke points are. We know where the access issues are. You know, and we looked at other facilities in Chicago, and no matter where we went, there were going to be problems, right? There's no perfect facility. And ultimately we were like, at least at the Hyatt, we know them, which is going to make it easier for us to plan. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly which space you're thinking about, but we are taking a look at traffic flow and that kind of stuff. Taylor. So the question from online is, are there plans for us to stream the Hugos to DragonCon again? Yes. We are hoping to do some stuff with DragonCon again. For ShyCon 7, we streamed the Hugos down there. They streamed their costume parade, if I recall correctly, to us. And then we did some co-programming. So we definitely want to be talking to them again about doing that. The Hugos are generally streamed no matter what. And so, and as part of the virtual ShyCon, other things will likely be streamed as well. So, yes, ma'am. Parking price, we will get 50% off whatever the current rate is in 2022. I'm not gonna lie, the pricing at the Hyatt is stupid expensive, y'all. But we do get 50% off, and there are loads of lots nearby as well. So some people I know will come and like drop everything off and then just go park their car somewhere a little bit further away because they're not planning to use it for the weekend. So. Yeah, there are lots. Yeah, so Spot Hero is one of the apps that you can use. There are places, especially if you're coming, as was mentioned, like just for the day, where you can get parking for like $14 or $18 a day, which for downtown is quite good. So, yes, over there. Yeah. Yeah. So the question is, was mentioned at ShyCon 7, and this is really true for every Worldcon, right? Inevitably, there's a panel or a program item, you put it in a room, and whoa, way more people decided to go to this than we thought. And it gets really, really crowded. And now, particularly with the pandemic, right, people are not as comfortable. And so the question is, would we be looking at a way of like streaming to an overflow room or something like that? The problem is that it is almost impossible to do in the moment, right? If that room isn't set up for being able to stream somewhere, we can, and all of the other rooms are going to be in use, right? Because there's other program items in them. So I think we are not really looking at our like public health protocols until the spring because everything's in flux. We don't really know where things are going to be at that point. So it's like we could make a policy now and change it 7 times, but that's the sort of thing we'll be looking at too. Like if we have to really make sure that we say no, this is the maximum number of people in the room, right? That we can't do standing room. And that's all going to be part of what we're looking at. But unfortunately, and every program head cries about this, the fact that we can't just switch on the fly for one particular item. It's just impossible to do in that moment. So the best we can do is try to guess really good at how many people are going to show up. So sometimes we get it right. Yes, over there. Yeah. Right. He mentioned in Helsinki in 2017, it was very, very overcrowded, but they were not using the full convention center. So they had the ability to expand very quickly. We will not have that. We are using every inch of space at the Hyatt. Now, what I'm going to say, and I suspect that this is where you're going, if we end up with a lot of attendees, right? If we know ahead of time, whoa, we're going to have like 7,000 people on site. If we know that early enough, we can start to expand to some of the closer hotels and use their function space. But that means we need you all to register sooner rather than later. So, because if we know that they're coming, right, then, then we can expand. So register
Just two things. Observation. The last WorldCon I was at was JaiCon 7, and it's really like, how to put this. If you sit around a lot normally, you may want to consider getting into shape months and months early. Because it was, not only was it freaking huge,
yeah.
I had like zero money. So I would take the train in, and then I walk from the train station to the hotel. I'm not sure, I've already started kind of like getting in shape because, I have a lot of stress eating pandemic, but I don't know if I could do that right now. I wanted to do that. And even if I did, if I took the out, which is very convenient, it would still, it's huge. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
So the,
and also,
well, but before you do, let me just repeat so that folks online and the rest of the room can hear. The comment here, and I absolutely adore you for this, is that they're working now on getting in shape for all of the walking that's going to be required at the Hyatt, because it is a really big facility and there is going to be a lot of walking. Totally true. As I said, we will be working for mobility assistance, right? So if people need to rent Mobies and that kind of thing, we will be having that available, and information will be up on our access page about that. And then I said you had a question as well.
Thank you for getting rid of the retro reviews. I have no idea whether, I don't know anything about fandom. I don't know whether it was like controversial or everyone said, oh God, we're so sick of this. Because it was annoying.
Which, sorry.
The retro review.
Oh, the retro
Thank you
Hugos.
for getting rid of that. And I love the idea of having a convention losing a year, specific year. Because what happened was that
Yeah.
it ended up not suing the year. It would be like, all the stuff, and it would be, everything from astounding wins. So, like, what's the point of you get this great fresh view of what the year was like?
Right. So we have an appreciation for us not doing the retro Hugos this year, but doing the 1946 project instead. Thank you. And to be clear, we haven't gotten rid of the retro Hugos. We're just not doing them. We're not exercising our option.
So inspirational, other people rock.
Well, and the comment is, we will be so inspirational, other people will drop it. So, and then I saw a question here, and then you. So. Yes. Mhm. Yeah, so the Hyatt is part of Chicago's Pedway system, which is a massive underground tunnel system that can take you all over the loop. And the Pedway does connect to some of the other hotels nearby as well. So and Hyatt is part of the Millennium Group of hotels, which includes, I think, the Radisson, the Swiss, and the Fairmont, which are all connected in that way. Yeah. We have more applause for our decision to not do the retro Hugos, but does note that there is another time that someone could do it in 2047. So whoever's going to do WorldCon that year, not it, it does have that opportunity. We've got time for a couple more questions before we go. Yes, over there. Mhm. So the question is about, so the comment is that a lot of the restaurants in the Pedway are closed and everything. So one of the things we're going to need to look at, you know, a lot of places have not reopened since the pandemic. So we're going to need to see what happens closer. We absolutely talked to all of the restaurants. We did for Chi-Con 7 as well. They don't believe us. We explain that there are, you know, for Chi-Con 7, we're like, there's 6,000 people who are going to descend upon you like the plague of locusts and clean you out of all your food. We swear, and they don't believe us. But we will try again. We live in hope, y'all. Other questions? Yes.
Would you have any, like, would you, I remember the exhibits in the basement,
Yes.
and some of them aren't necessarily part of the world. I don't think a lot of them, some of them were part of the World Cup, but I had, is there any way you could like have like, say, there's something you see, someone sees and go, oh, I have no idea what this is about, and maybe there might be a link to it on the website. I'm thinking specifically of Chi-Con 7 in the basement. There were these beautiful, I mean, just gorgeous globes of fictional planets. I would never, even last year, I tried finding out information about, I had no idea why they were there or who made them. And all I did, I Googled them, like last year, it was just, people were commenting, it was like old comments from Chi-Con 7 about, oh, look all these people globes.
So commenting that at Chi-Con 7, there was a really cool exhibit, but he couldn't find a lot of information on it. The goal with exhibits, as I said, I want to think of it as like a museum, right? So the idea, there would be things there that you can read about what is this exhibit and all of that. And then the odds are very good that for many of our exhibits, assuming we have permission to do so, will be part of the virtual. So Joe, can you, okay. So, you know, we're planning a virtual component. So our hope too is that we'd be able to put some of the exhibit type stuff online. Again, assuming we have permission from whomever is setting up the exhibit. If it's one that we're kind of creating, great. If it's one that's being brought in, you know, it's a little bit more up to the group. So, all right. So we are basically at time. I want to thank all of you for getting up to come to a 10 a.m. panel on Sunday of a convention. You all are amazing. I would also like to ask if anybody in the audience who has volunteered already for Chi-Con to work on it. Can you stand up for a second? And Teresa, yeah, but you're gonna sign up. So many thanks to the volunteers who are already here. We love you and appreciate you. And you know you want to be one of these cool kids, so you should volunteer too. Again, follow us on social media, y'all. Share our posts, like our posts, comments on our posts, right? The social media algorithm is a thing. So please do that. And I am also reminded that I am supposed to tell you about my tiara. So this is my convention tiara. It was commissioned by my partner, Chris. The artist is Sarah Felix, who is more commonly known as the tiara queen these days. Sarah has been nominated for Fan Artist Hugo. She is a Chesley Award nominee this year. For me, most importantly, she's my publications division head. And so on the tiara, there are images for many of the conventions I have worked on. So I've got Chi-Con 8, Chi-Con 7, London, Dublin, and over here on this side for you Chicago peeps is Capricorn. So yes, that is my tiara. So, thank you. All right. So again, thank you all for coming. Out on the outside, there are free water bottles and ribbons. Grab one, please. Then we don't have to take them home. And thank you to everybody who's watched online. We really appreciate that. And we will see you September of 2022. See that close? Okay. Okay. I think it's going to honestly depend on who we find to do the other part. Because the most important thing is we need, we need the person who can do the money part. So really, it's gonna kind of be up to them. Is what I think. I have some cash to give you for depositing. We sold for selling the t-shirts last night. So, see ya. Thanks for coming. But it's up in the, I'm gonna put in the receipts. Which reminds me, Emily said she submitted the form at the beginning of November, like November 3rd, for her reimbursement. So I've asked her, and I'll need to check my phone, because this was like right before. I said if she has the, what's the word I'm looking for? The email confirmation, to forward that to you. Right, I told her, I said I had asked you about it yesterday. And that you hadn't, so. Yeah. Right. So I'm not sure what exactly happened with that, but. Gets created. Okay. How'd it go?
Yeah, it was good. I actually saved a video on it for Instagram, so we can repurpose it if you want.
Sweet. Will it be able to stay there too? Like, I mean, it'll, okay.
Yep. I was gonna go on whatever is the hybrid version of Reels and IGTV now, they did away with that, and post it as a blog so people can watch it later.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I have up in my room the backpack
I
for
was
you.
gonna ask you about that. Yep.
Hello.
I'm
Oh, hello. Yep.
Is this your tag?
All right, well. Probably would be good to be safe. Let us do this. All right, it's 11. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes and then I'll get started. Space robots, it'll be a good time. Welcome. Yes, come in, come in. We're going to talk about space robots. So hello to Windycon, hello to our guests on the live stream. I'm very honored and pleased to be here. I wanted to thank Aaron Coleman for inviting me for the initial Windycon 2020, and to Evan for chairing this 2021, and to everyone who has been awesome to work with. So today we're going to talk about robots on Mars and data on Earth for you. Specifically, so I'm invited here as the science/maker guest of honor, and I wanted to kind of lean into the science side a little this morning, but I am happy to talk about maker stuff, and we're going to kind of give this a little bit of a science fiction and a maker orientation to this talk. So I will say also, I'm going to leave a lot of time for questions. Afterwards, I'm going to specifically focus on the Ingenuity, or on the Perseverance rover and the Ingenuity helicopter currently on Mars,
But afterwards, there's going to be some time where I'm happy to talk about other sorts of robotic space missions, and I am also happy to talk about makerspace type stuff. I will also be around in the hallway afterwards if we want to chat then. So, this is how this works. So I'm Elizabeth Kapruki. I work as a maker professional. Specifically, I run the Fab Lab at the University of Chicago's Polsky Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And I also volunteer as a NASA JPL Solar System Ambassador. I forgot to add that badge this morning, but here we are. I volunteer at the Adler Planetarium, and overall, I'm very passionate about STEM and STEAM communication. And I'm a geek. I've been a fan of fantasy for basically as long as I can remember. I've been a fan of science fiction since at least middle school. So this has been very important to me. And the pictures here on the right is me at Adler Planetarium in the before times with their quarter scale model of Sputnik, presenting at one of their Adler After Dark events. And on the left is me during the now times at the very beginning of the pandemic, when my husband and I were volunteering making face shield frames for people who are collecting them for first responders and hospitals. So, amazing. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, I love Adler. They have so much good stuff. So I mentioned I run a Fab Lab, and this is one of the rooms of my Fab Lab. I work with entrepreneurs and researchers to create prototypes for their research, for their businesses, and I'm very passionate about the design process. That's a lot of my background. So you will also see how this comes out later when we talk a little bit about image processing. But this is one room of the space, and on the right, there's actually a sign that says prototype, and that is the room, and that is the door into the wood shop. So here are some of our 3D printers, and then there's another space into the wood shop. It's about 1750 square feet. So in talking about robotic space, like I do want to, talk about where I'm coming from. So specifically focus on robotic space missions. These are also called uncrew. These are spacecraft that are sent without a human crew. So that is my particular area of interest. I will admit that I mostly focus on US missions, and particularly those coming from the Jet Propulsion Lab. I know a little bit about some missions from other countries, and all exploration is good and interesting, so I'll talk about that a little bit. And I don't follow a lot of human spaceflight, but again, it's all super interesting. This is just my particular focus. And I really kind of explain why I find that interesting. I love this quote from Emily Lakdawala, a planetary scientist and author. We send human robots because we can't yet send humans. For now, those robots are us. They're the thin wedge tip of humanity's presence across the solar system. Only 12 humans have ever walked in another world, but through the footpads of landers, the wheels of robots, the bottoms of probes, all of us humans have touched other worlds through the hands and brains of scientists and engineers on those missions. Great, I'm gonna get for pumped during this thing. Cool. So it's very relevant to talk about the maker movement when the overall project of do-it-yourself making. So I should also define one more term, which is what I mean by maker. So in a lot of ways, making is something that humans and other hominids have done for a very, very long time. And also, the maker movement is when people, about 10 to 15 years ago, there's a number of technologies that have gotten easier to access, that have been somewhat less expensive, like microcontrollers, like 3D printers. There's a lot of interest in drones. And so there's also kind of the self-described maker movement coming out of DIY and punk movement of the 80s, I'd say, and incorporating art and science and technology. So that's what I mean by maker. But again, this is not a new thing. And one of the cool things is that it very much relates to the early history of the Jet Propulsion Lab. JPL is the part of NASA, is affiliated with NASA, run by Caltech, and it's where a lot of the robotic missions come from. And this is how they got started. This is on October 31st, Halloween, 1936. These are a group of people who are doing rocketry experiments. The interesting thing is that a couple of them were amateurs. So Jack Parsons and Ed Foreman were friends, huge science fiction fans, in fact. And you have to understand, this was an era when science fiction was very fringe, and rockets were very fringe. They were very weird. People did not think they worked. So eventually, Jack and Ed were able to connect with Frank Molina, who was a grad student at Caltech, and to start doing some experiments. Here they are out in the dry arroyo in Pasadena. And I love this sketch because I love a good diagram. So this, you can actually see it is, I believe, signed Frank Molina of one of their early rocket test beds. And the really interesting thing is that they were inspired by science fiction and then they went on to inspire it. So early on, Jack Parsons gave a presentation at the Los Angeles Science Fantasy Society, at which an 18-year-old Ray Bradbury was attending. And then, of course, Bradbury went on to write lots of interesting things. And where Curiosity landed in 2012 was named Bradbury Landing. Now, I love during opening ceremonies, someone asked, is Mars the only planet inhabited entirely by robots? So depending on what we mean by inhabited, if that counts for rovers on the surface or landers on the surface, if that counts to actively respond to commands, if that also includes orbiting, there is currently an active Japanese mission called Akatsuki at Venus, doing some really interesting atmospheric science and learning about the weather of the whole planet. So that is there and active. So you could argue Venus is entirely inhabited by robots. The probe crashed on Mercury, another on its way. But Mars is definitely one of the planets inhabited entirely by robots. Humans have sent a lot of spacecraft to Mars, and some of them even made it, exactly, yes. So this is a wonderful, the Mars Exploration Family Portrait. It's accurate other than it did not mention that the Chinese Zhurong rover was dropped from the Tianwen-1 orbiter, and this one only mentions the orbiter, I believe. Yeah, so yes, some of them were successful, and the successful ones are shown on the surface. We've sent a lot of spacecraft to Mars. I'm going to focus on Perseverance today, and one of the so Perseverance is a rover that was launched during the summer 2020, and that landed in February 2021. And a lot of the things about these missions is they're taking the knowledge and the hardware developed on previous missions and reusing it and improving it, et cetera. So, and there's also, in addition to the various scientific payload, that sometimes there's engineering and tech demonstrations, which we'll talk about. These are also very human things. So there are a number of like very human touches. And in the way that someone might have their decal of their family and their pets on the back of their car, we have Perseverance's family portrait here. And this is actually when this was being cleaned and prepared to be attached to the rover. It's a little hard to see. So from the left, you can see Sojourner, the little rover from Pathfinder, or from the Pathfinder Sojourner mission in 1996. You can see two identical Mars exploration rovers. Those are Spirit and Opportunity that landed in 2003, both of which last way past their prime mission. In particular, Opportunity lasted a really incredibly long time and delivered lots and lots of good science. Then we have Curiosity, who landed in 2012. So Curiosity is part of kind of a new paradigm of Mars rovers in that, well, she is larger. And one of the problems on Mars is you get these huge planet-wide dust storms. And if you are trying to power a rover via the sun and your solar panels get covered with dust, it's just not a good time. In some cases, there have actually been dust devils and dust cleaning events for Spirit and Opportunity, but that was not, eventually like that all caught up with Opportunity and with Spirit in that they were not able to orient themselves. In the case of Spirit, she got stuck, was not able to orient herself in proper orientation to continue to get power. And then Opportunity was basically lost power and could not keep warm and could not keep the electronics going during a literally planet-wide dust storm. But that is why with Curiosity, these are larger and more capable rovers. This is kind of like the size of an SUV, and they're powered, they're nuclear powered, particularly using a radioisotope thermal generator. So it's using plutonium-238 to make heat. That's basically what it is. It's pellets of plutonium-238, makes heat. I'll point out in one of the later photos. And with this, like this can actually last for 14 years. It's how we power deep space missions. We're going past where they get the sun, but this was the first time that it was used on Mars, was for Curiosity. It worked so well that we also used it for Perseverance. So, you know, the thought about Mars missions for a long time has been to follow the water. And what we're seeing, you know, from Spirit and Opportunity and for Curiosity is that there was liquid water on the surface multiple times. And they're, you know, in multiple locations through, you know, some period of Mars's history. It wasn't just like a tiny bit of groundwater. There's evidence of catastrophic floods, and there also are evidence of things like lakes. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And one of some different priorities. So the planetary science community does something called the Decadal Survey every 10 years, to identify the priorities for exploration. And one of them was Mars sample return. So that is part of the mission of the Perseverance rover, part of the Mars 2020 mission. The three goals for this rover are to do geology, in situ astrobiology. So what can we learn? Are there signatures of potential life that we can learn just from like having the rover there and getting our information from a distance, and then caching for Mars sample return. I definitely, part of my hope with this talk is basically to give you the basics. A lot of what I'm talking about, like we could make 7-hour-long talks at least out of just what I'm going through in this. So my hope is to get you excited, and my hope is that you'll come back and look into more of this. But the Mars sample return architecture is amazing. It's part of its collaboration with the European Space Agency. Perseverance is taking samples, going to cache them different places. Then there's going to be an order, a rover that comes by and picks up the cache, and then they're going to go and they're going to rocket up for the planet and like meet another orbiter and then head back to Earth. It's amazing. But even so, like there's a lot of, even if some incredible piece of that goes wrong, there's still a lot that we're learning from Perseverance right now. So as I was preparing this, I found this image very interesting. This is as the Perseverance rover is being integrated in the back shell and then being put into the spacecraft fairing. And you can actually see there's sort of something that almost looks like a bicycle seat that's gray. That's the pan that actually covers the Ingenuity helicopter. So we'll talk about that in a bit. But one of the things I noticed, we say that, you know, this is a very human endeavor. So it's hard to see. There's a black plaque between the two wheels that are closest. It's got a globe. It has a rod and serpent, the symbol of medicine. And that is in commemoration of the COVID-19 pandemic and as a celebration of healthcare workers. And I thought that was very interesting. Again, like we do these things for science and engineering, and we bring ourselves as humans. So, Perseverance has a ton of cameras. Curiosity had a lot of cameras. Perseverance has even more. And again, building on the mission hardware from Curiosity. So one of the neat things marked here as SuperCam, both of these rovers are nuclear powered robots with lasers, really. So they're using a small laser to ping at rocks and basically learn what they are made of by looking at the light that creates. It's very small. There's the Mastcam Z, which can zoom. We're going to see some pictures from that are amazing. There is the There's cameras on the robotic arm, which can be used for microimaging of rocks and also are used for taking selfies. And then there are the navigation cameras that are in stereo, so that can be used to build up a picture of terrain. And the rover does have some autonomous driving capability. You'll probably know, but not, there's at least a 7-minute light time delay one way to Mars. And depending on where Earth and Mars are in their orbits, that can be even longer. So this is not something like where you can drive with a joystick. Everything has to be planned and sent. And there is some autonomous capability built in, so the rover can kind of make her own path. And the front and rear hazard cams also help with that. One of the fun things that I wanted to highlight in this was the use of commercial off-the-shelf hardware, the kind of stuff that is popular in the maker movement. One of the places that this is present is actually in the cameras for the entry, descent, and landing. So both Curiosity and Perseverance have this amazing landing sequence. I should have asked if anyone's familiar with the 7 Minutes of Terror, if the landing, okay, cool. I forgot to do the, like, are people familiar with this stuff beforehand? So sorry. But one of the amazing things is we got to see it. We got to see video, which I did not put in here because I want my slideshow to succeed. But we do, this is one of the stills, and these are the kinds of things, like if you're gonna go climb or do something, you might use this sort of camera. We got video of the parachute opening, we got video of the sky crane descending, like really, really amazing. This also came with, Perseverance also had something called terrain relative navigation, which was there's some sort of a landing ellipse that was planned. For the first time, there's actually, and that's something we've managed to get smaller and smaller with the different landers and rover missions as we can more accurately target where our spacecraft are to land. But previously, they had to be completely clear. The entire possible places that the spacecraft could land had to be flat and clear. In this case, there were actually some hazards in the way, but because of terrain relative navigation, there was basically the rover had information from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, which is one of our orbiters with the highest resolution camera, and was able to take pictures, compare it to that data, and then calculate a safe place to land, and would have been able to divert if it needed to. I also mentioned the RTG, so you can kind of see on the back towards the top center of the image, you can sort of see these veins. That is the radioisotope thermal generator. And the rover basically, before, at some point during the landing sequence, actually like drops the wheels and actually just lands straight onto Mars. And that's something that's unique with Curiosity and Perseverance. Previously with the Mars exploration rovers, they kind of had this thing in airbags, bounced, opened, and then sort of had to roll off. And it was a whole dramatic thing. This, it just lands there, comes with a sky crane, which is above, and that's where you can see these cables, cuts, and the sky crane flies away. So, and here are some of the instruments. So with the different science missions, there are some spectrometers to see what's in rocks and look for potential chemical signatures of life. There's an experiment about producing oxygen from Martian CO2. So that's kind of looking at a potential future human mission. And that's a little bit, it's not a main part of the mission here, but it's a little bit of it. There's the subsurface radar for seeing with ground penetrating radar, Mastcam Z, which can zoom, like we're getting good images from a mile away, into the laser microimager. So there's kind of like context and then you laser the stuff. Weather, for the first time, there's a microphone on a rover. And with the arm has the contact science or the proximity science things, drills, taking samples. The first sample they kind of failed. It just sort of fell, it was crumbling, it kind of fell out. But afterwards, they have been able to successfully collect some samples and cache. And bring it back to science fiction, the place that Perseverance landed is Octavia E. Butler Landing. Let's get a photo of her. And you can kind of see, it's pointed out on this image. This is from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. Perseverance is in Jezero crater. That is crater on Mars. Jezero is a word for lake in a number of Slavic languages. specifically referring to a town in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And in fact, like the crater was a lake. So there was an inlet you can actually see on the left top of this image. If you're like, hey, that looks like a delta, it's a delta. So we know that there was an inlet that was going into this lake, and there's also, it's called an open system. There was an outflow channel as well. Some of the early observations, basically, there's kind of a delta remnant that Perseverance imaged and saw that basically there was definitely a point where the lake had a decent volume of water, liquid water on the surface. At some point that was actually lowered, and there were also catastrophic floods. So there are some evidence of rocks that have been placed during a flooding event at the time when the lake bed was lower. Some of these results I'm talking about were delivered during the most recent Division of Planetary Sciences meeting of the American Astronomical Society. They're also all available on the Perseverance website. So what Percy has been doing, you can kind of see where it says Octavia E. Butler Landing. There's sort of a rock formation that curves down and then kind of goes like that. So it's like that. And so that is the edge of a region called Sita that is hard for the rover to navigate, but with a helicopter. So Curiosity is kind of driving along the edge and driving on a ridge and looking at some of the different rocks for evidence that they've been altered by water. And spoiler alert, they have definitely been altered by water. So that's super cool. So I keep talking about Ingenuity. Ingenuity is the helicopter that is riding with Perseverance. Ingenuity was originally planned as an instrument, proposed as an instrument on the rover. Didn't get it, but the team decided that it could go as a tech demo. So it didn't have like very specific science goals, but it had engineering goals of just showing like, can we do this thing? And it had basically 5 primary mission goals of, take off and land, take off and go a little bit, and maybe a little bit about Curiosity route planning or about Perseverance route planning. This is also a machine that uses a lot of commercial off-the-shelf parts, some of the electronics that makers might be using for projects on Earth. So it's super exciting in terms of what can be done in a small space. We do need things like radiation hardened electronics. Those are not run of the mill, but there's some other stuff that is more basic. And the exciting thing is that not only did Ingenuity do its flights, hit all of its primary mission objectives, basically it was so successful that it's moved on to an operations demo status. So Ingenuity is flying ahead, is like flying over this region that the rover can't cross and planning, doing some route planning, and basically the rover will rove over up to it. And at this point, I think we just had the 15th flight on November 6th, and Ingenuity is be flying back to the rover, and then everybody is going up north, and I think it's north, and basically eventually heading to that delta that we are seeing. So the goal is kind of the goal is crater floor operations for the first year, and then roving up and eventually like investigating the delta sediments, and then kind of roving up a bit and probably placing the first cache. And Ingenuity has a logbook. In fact, I know there is one private pilot in the audience, my husband. If there are any others, it's very, very important that you record all of your flights in a logbook. And this is the digital version. There's actually a physical logbook that the Ingenuity team has filled out for all of their flights. And where they started, they called Wright Brothers Field. I mentioned the selfie. So one of the fun things, like us humans, we hold our phones, we take a selfie. Maybe we have a selfie stick. With Perseverance and with Curiosity, they've got the micro imager on the end of the robotic arm, which also can be repurposed for taking a selfie. And I love this one because towards the back middle, you can see Ingenuity is also sitting there. This is actually the first selfie that was taken. So, but unlike us, where we take one photo, this was assembled from about 50 or 60, and they put it together. This is also something where you can get access to the raw images. I've even done workshops where we've done analog image processing and basically make a collage. That's super fun. A lot of the times people ask, where's the robotic arm? Yes, it is in the photos. They just put it together so that it is not visible. That is what is happening here. So this is where I wanted to get into the part about data on Earth that is for you. So the amazing thing is all NASA data is public domain. Really, really. There are a number of missions that will basically have a pipeline that as fast as images are received on Earth, they are put up on the website in kind of a raw form. And then later there's going to be a release to something called the Planetary Data System, which is the beautiful, like calibrated, high resolution stuff, and just like everything. It's really everything. And since I wanted to mention science fiction, some of you will know that in The Martian, there's a plot about like, the person who was seeing orbiter images and realized from them that stuff was being moved around, that Mark Watney was alive, and they're like, oh no, this stuff is going to be posted to the public. We have to delay. Because that was where the public domain policy actually became a plot point in science fiction. But for real, it's here. This was just on November 11th. You can tell when I was finishing this up. And the Blue Mars reference is actually from author and science communicator Stuart Atkinson, to get some Kimberly Stanley Robinson in there on Mars, on Mars, on Mars. The wonder of like, look, this is something that we can see. This is just like, you can go on your phone right now and see pictures that were taken on Mars probably today. How amazing. It looks like, my guess is Perseverance is either doing dust observations, which is something that both she and Curiosity do, or potentially doing clouds. That is a possibility. Now, the fun thing with all of these images, with Perseverance and with Curiosity, they have the filters set up so that there's some question of if it's what human eyes would see if we were on Mars, but it's probably what our cell phones would see, because it's a similar sort of thing with the color filters. On some other images, some other older missions, Spirit and Opportunity, you actually get ones that are taken through different channels. So you can actually put together an image. You can use, a pixel editing software to like put particular things in the red, green, and blue channels and create different sorts of images. So this is one I did, and this was from Opportunity. The pictures with the rover tracks in them, so I tend to do that. This is very, very basic, an RGB composite. It's probably, I don't think the images were calibrated, so this is not quite true color. But it's a fun thing to do. You can also have a link to Juno at the end, because like I said, this data is available for a lot of different missions. And with the Juno mission, they actually made a gallery for various people to post things they had done with the images from Juno, because Juno is an orbiter at Jupiter, and the camera is basically there for public outreach. I should say, when I say data on Earth for you, images are data. This is showing how particular materials are reflecting or absorbing different wavelengths of light. So it's definitely important. And you can do it with more archival data. This is Bjorn Johnson, who does wonderful things with the Voyager images. One of the things that we have better tech now for image processing than when Voyager was there. So this is closer to a true color image of Jupiter than some of the more saturated things you might see from Voyager at the time. Really beautiful. This is a mosaic of multiple different images, and sometimes this is probably projected on a globe. There's a number of things people can do to sort of put it on a 3D model and get the geometry right. And it's also possible to do kind of more artistic works. So this is from Damia Bouic, wonderful image processor in France. And basically she took a black and white Curiosity image. Again, you can see that RTG in the back, and then applied some of the color from a different color image from that part of Mars, and sort of made this beautiful panorama where we could imagine what it's like to be there. Because one of the things I love about rovers and like where the cameras are is that very, very few people have orbited something, but where the cameras are located on rover masts, it's kind of easy to imagine that if you're sitting or if you're standing, like it's a vaguely human head height thing. I mentioned the planetary data system. So this is my incredibly rapid tour through things, and then we're going to have time for questions. Planetary data system is kind of like next level from checking out the raw images on the websites. And this is where everything is archived. This is scientists use it. There's a link to here for things that might be of interest to the general public. There are tutorials on how to navigate this. Like, this is a huge amount of everything, but it's super exciting. There are some good amateur image processing tutorials online that include links on how to navigate this. You can see the different nodes on the left. Geosciences, there's Anne Raw from the small bodies node is very, very nice and loves to get people involved in this. So there are definitely some people you can reach out to. And of course, this is also a maker presentation. This is a necklace 3D printed with data from Curiosity. So this is Gale Crater, where Curiosity is, that I then 3D printed and wire wrapped into a necklace. On the left, on the right is a screenshot of the HiRISE page. So this is the highest resolution camera orbiting Mars on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. And there's a number of different ways. There's, I believe, some altimeter data. There's some stereo pairs of images. There are a number of different ways you can get a 3D something out of this data. And then in 3D design software, there's actually workflows to turn this into something that can be 3D printed. And there are some tutorials on this page, which is great. You could have your own little bit of Mars. Or if you simply want to download something, very valid. There is, NASA officially has 3D printable things. One thing to notice, and they do have a helpful disclaimer, some of these were created as like 3D graphics for like their Eyes on the Solar System simulator, which is very lovely. Not all of them are going to print amazingly successful. Just a heads up, but you've got terrain, you've got spacecraft, all kinds of neat things, and some stuff from older missions as well. I always mention this thing. This is one of my favorite things. This is a screenshot, but you can look at it right now, the Deep Space Network Now. This tells us so the Deep Space Network was originally set up for Voyager, and it is antennae spaced about 120 degrees around the globe from each other that are basically any hour of the day, someone is communicating with one of humanity's robotic spacecraft. And this is also, it's not just NASA, it's some of the other space missions. For example, I'm seeing the Trace Gas Orbiter, which is from the European Space Agency. And if you click on here, I pulled up the Advanced Composition Explorer because like I said, I focus more on planetary science missions. So I'm like, oh, heliophysics, we love you too. So that is one that is looking at space weather. It's very exciting. But you'll see where it's sending and receiving data, and there'll be information about the data rate, like usually very small. It's exciting to see like how far Voyager 1 and 2 are, because we are still talking to them, and just like the tiny trickle of data coming back and forth. So here is my last slide, mentioning Perseverance and Curiosity raw images, some other things. I love the Parker Solar Probe, had to put that on there. Cassini tier mission at Saturn that ended in 2017, but all the data is there. There's so much, like scientists are literally going to be working with this for decades. We see people reprocessing Voyager data. I'm sure we'll be seeing it with Cassini. And at the end is the Deep Space Network Now. So I have successfully ended things in time for a bunch of questions. So please give me your questions. And thank you all for being here. Yeah, feel free to take pictures of the slide. I also can give you my card after this. I'm happy to email these slides to you. Yeah, questions, nice comments. I'm happy to talk about other space missions and also maker stuff. Yes, please. Yeah, so they mentioned a field programmable gate array, which I know some folks like to work with, but that one is, they mentioned radiation hardened, so I'm guessing that was not off the shelf. But things like the accelerometer was. And I'm not, and some of the cameras were. I mean, the cameras were basically like, you're gonna go climb something, like you'd strap it to yourself, that sort of thing. That's exactly it. That's exactly why they did something with Ingenuity that they would never do with Curiosity. Like the goal was basically, it didn't have to last for super long. They were trying to do some very basic things. And then of course, in the way that a lot of things go, like it lasted, it did amazing, and they're doing more and more stuff with it. So yeah, and I think there's more information about like the what goes into it in on the Ingenuity website. That's exactly it. That was exactly it. Yeah. Yeah. Great question. What else? Yes, please. Yeah, I mean, one thing is just that there are forums of people who are doing, amateur image processing, and there's even a history with the Phoenix lander that landed close to Mars's North Pole and kind of like had the scoop that sort of like scooped into the dirt. There was something where it was darker and then it was lighter where it had scooped. It was actually an amateur who had looked at that and said, "Hey, wait, I think there's water. I think Phoenix touched water." Um, and I'm trying to, like, I know a number of people who do jewelry inspired by this. I know people who do paintings. For example, with the Division of Planetary Sciences meeting, there's also an art show that is open to the public. I believe, I guess the Lunar and Planetary Institute does. There's a couple of organizations that are very similar. It's generally in the fall. So I've seen, beautiful things like cut paper installations of craters are really neat. There's, whole websites of people incorporating this in fashion, in jewelry, and yeah, it's all kinds of interesting things. Trying to think of sculpture, like I can mostly think of models of the spacecraft, but like you can, at least the last time I was in Baltimore, it's been a while. There's a model of the Parker Solar Probe in the Baltimore airport. Great question. And there are people writing poetry. I mentioned Stuart Atkinson very briefly. He's done astro poetry. There are lots of people who are inspired by this. Yeah, in the back, please. That is a great question. Unfortunately, no. The Ingenuity helicopter, she's very small, but the sky crane. So there was part of the landing was a sky crane that was coming, and there's actually, I didn't point it out, but on the picture of the rover belly, you could actually see some of those nozzles. So that was basically supporting it as the rover descended on cables. I don't know of plans to use that to relocate the rover because the problem is carrying the fuel being very heavy. There is not exactly the same, but there is a mission being planned on Titan, Saturn's moon Titan right now, called Dragonfly. And early concepts look like, because they're like, the gravity isn't super, super high, and there's a thick atmosphere. So the plan is it really looks like a Curiosity body with an RTG and then with more hefty rotors. So the whole mission is going to be this helicopter that can go to different places. And I do think that with the success of Ingenuity, Mars has such a thin atmosphere, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of these, especially if you can send it in a small package, maybe do it. There's a number of different classes of missions, and Perseverance was the top one, which is the flagship, but I could see doing the middle one, which is called New Frontiers, and I believe that's Dragonfly is, or the small one, which is Discovery. Like I could even, this isn't officially discussed, but I could, or like this is just me speculating, I'll say, but I could imagine, dropping helicopters multiple places perhaps, or like a package of helicopters and then they all fly multiple places. So it is a super exciting thing to see like how successful this is And I don't think it's the first time. I don't think it's the last time we'll see it. Great question. Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah. So being in design, I tend to focus on the images, but you're right. A lot of happening is in spectroscopy. So one of the cool results, that's the early results from Perseverance, what they're finding, there's a couple of different kinds of rocks. There are some that you can see there's sort of like a flat pavement-y rock around them. And then there's some that stand up and then haven't weathered quite as much. So Perseverance has been investigating these rocks, and when I'm in the contact and proximity science, on the arm, there is a grinding tool. So what they've basically, the rocks have some sort of a crust that's weathered and isn't like really indicative of what's inside. They can grind away that crust, like take a micro image, and then also use an X-ray fluorescent spectrometer on it. So they can say like, oh, this is, point out the particular minerals, say this is salt. So that looks like that was altered in the presence of water. I believe there were some sulfates and different things. They also saw like voids in the rock. So they could look at that and see that it had been altered in the presence of water. And there's also, I know part of the mission is sort of chemical signatures that could be related to life. So again, there's a lot of spectrometry. There's a UV spectrometer on that arm. There's the shooting the laser spectrometer. I'm forgetting the proper name for that on the mass cam. So that's a lot of what we're seeing, as well as also like pressure readings with the weather stations. So kind of looking at dust devils and how that correlates to weather, and like, can that, I believe correlating that with like in the air versus atmospheric conditions, like could we predict a planet-wide dust storm, things like that. Yeah, great question. Yeah, so there's a whole system. Basically, there's a couple of different kinds of drills on the arm, sort of like take a core. They have instruments to measure, like, do they actually have a core, and a camera for that. And then it's taken into a tube and it's put in the belly of rover. And there's a number of different spaces for that. And basically, it's going to collect some, it's going to rove up a bit, and then like drop it somewhere that would be easier for the other rover to come and pick up. And as I mentioned, the first one was just so powdery. And in fact, the rock had been like so altered by water that it was one of those like flat lying weathered ones. So that was not successful. They tried on a different rock that was one of they call it like the upstanding one. Again, some sort of a basalt, probably, that's been altered by water. And but not so much. Like this time they're actually able to get a proper core. So they're going to be like, as they're going, they're going to be taking samples and potentially getting samples of different layers in the delta. I love these questions. More questions? Yes, please. That is a great question. I think I don't 100% know. There's a really good book called Roving Mars by Steve Squires that's like how the sausage got made about the Mars exploration rover mission. And one is expensive. That would be part of my guess. There's not a lot of plutonium made. It's a whole process with special labs that of course has to be carefully controlled. So my guess is that with the Mars exploration rovers, they were sending 2 of them. They were coming out of a time where a couple of missions had failed. And my guess is that solar panels were a little bit more proven. I don't 100% know on that, but RTGs like had been used on things like Voyager and Pioneer, and I believe they're also heavy. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Perseverance and Curiosity are big. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know how it would have fit. Like, there's even this like I mean, the Mars exploration rovers had this beautiful like arrangement of solar panels that was folded together, like to maximize it, but everything had to be crammed into this little thing that was going to bounce and airbags. And they definitely didn't have the sky crane. For that. That would make sense. Yeah, yeah, it was restarted manufacture, I think sometime after 2012. There, yeah. Yeah, yeah, and the other, I guess the other thing I should say is that the Mars exploration rovers were designed to last 90 days. That was their prime mission. So for that, I mean, I think they probably guessed that in that amount of time they would have enough power, and it really only became an issue like later on. And I mean, I don't know if they had planned the mission for a time where they didn't think there were storms. So there's a particular time when the planet-wide storms are a little bit more common. So that might have been part of it too, but that's a great question. So it is almost time. I want to be polite and get off the stage, but I think I have time for one more question if anyone has that. And then after I'm done, I'm happy to talk to people afterwards. Anything else? Yes, please. So our 3D printers only do plastics. We have ones that are doing filament-based plastics, PLA and ABS, compostable plastic, and Lego plastic. And then there are some that are also curing using ultraviolet light, so simulating acrylic and silicone. But for the other materials, we do have a laser cutter for our wood and some other kinds of plastic. We also have a couple of subtract machines, a large computer numerically controlled router, and a small computer numerically controlled router, so we can carve materials like aluminum and copper and brass. So we do that. Thank you all. This was a lot of fun, and thank you all very much for having me here. On time, on time, on budget, on Mars picture. Yes, perfect. Hello, thanks for coming. Of course. Yes. I'm happy to. Ryan, let me grab my purse and my business cards. Thank you. Let me actually get off the stage like I said I would. Yeah, let's get into the hallway.
can you hear me?
Hi, Mike. Hi, yeah, it's Dave. It's good.
Good, good. Let's see. We still got John O'Neill and Adrian Simmons who are going to sign in. So
Okay.
just got a few minutes.
No, that's fine. It's okay
Dave
if I call you.
Smith,
I figured if I called you Mike or
Mike
Michael.
Pincus,
Mike,
and
Mike
Adrian
is
Simmons.
fine.
Okay, good.
So, let's see. Oh yeah, and so Coven House, that's a new book, or is that an old
That's-
book? That's
It's brand new.
brand
I think
new.
these
Okay.
mics
Brand
are
new.
live. Testing.
It's-
This one?
Should I go on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, we're not. I don't know that we're
Testing,
live
testing.
yet. Or
Okay.
maybe we are.
It's a haunted house story.
I'll be a lousy DJ anyway. Even if it was all working, I'd be a lousy DJ. It ain't gonna help. Here comes a guy with a t-shirt that
Hold on.
says sound guy. That sounds promising.
What is this?
Anyhow, it was a
He's
short
the man.
story that was in Weird Tales. Then it was a stage play, believe it or not. And I made it into this novel, and I think it turned out to be pretty creepy. It's
Totally got the right
It's
t-shirt.
kind of like Shirley Jackson and Richard Matheson. You know, you put a group of people in this evil haunted house, and we see what happens. So, yeah, it just went online on Amazon yesterday. Like,
Oh, okay.
so it's brand new. Yeah, the cover. I gave suggestions to the artist for the cover, and I'm still not sure about the little screaming old man or old woman on there. But when I see it, it honest to God reminds me of some of these covers you'd get on paperbacks in the drugstore in the 1960s. And I'm absolutely fine with that.
Yeah, it's weird when you write in that kind of, yeah, the era is almost a genre in and of itself. And yeah,
Oh.
you need,
Oh, it is. And I mean, and I was absolutely thinking of Shirley Jackson, Richard Matheson when I wrote this thing. I pitched it to a bunch of agents, and it came close with one or two of them. But it's my feeling is it's really a little bit old school, you know, and stuff for, you know, everybody today wants YA stuff and all this. So I came close, but Bob McLean.
Welcome everybody. I think we're gonna get started in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Evan, how we doing?
Hero Press.
The other
Loved it, so.
panelists back there.
so
It looks like John O'Neill.
If necessary, I will lip read and translate for my distinguished co-panelists.
oh,
Won't be the first time.
uh,
We have some cardboard in front of the camera when it's playing.
okay, yeah. John, can you hear us?
Aaron, could you take a photo? Well, I mean, when they're up, I'd like a photo of the whole virtual. Yeah, I think that'd be great.
John, yeah, I didn't even realize that was John O'Neill back there.
I think my eyes are not as good as they used to be,
Awesome.
but
I
I think it's him. So.
I don't know. I don't have a big enough screen. No, he's a
Oh,
little,
okay.
he's a little dot back there, and
Yeah, I've got whatever size this monitor is. It's pretty new. So.
yeah, I'm glad I was able to do this. I almost did this on my tablet. You would have.
I was afraid if this didn't work, I'd be using my little iPhone, you know,
Oh,
which I just recently purchased, and which I need my 15-year-old daughter Lily to school me on because I still don't have it all figured out. So. it's
yeah,
really-
I got an email from my phone service, and they said, yeah, we checked the phone you're using. That thing is so old, we're not even going to serve it anymore. So we're just going to send you a new one because it's like.
Oh,
And I
that's
pretended I knew what 5G was. I
Yeah.
don't
All
know.
right,
that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
sword and sorcery panel. Can you hear us?
We can hear you just fine.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
This is Dave Smith. I can hear you. Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. I hear the voice of the distinguished Dave Smith and the illustrious Michael Pincus. Do we have Adrian Simmons?
Thank you, sir.
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
I did email him a few minutes ago, so he knows.
All right. All right.
So
Um, hang on just a sec, Mike. We bring up my distinguished co-panelists, or will they continue to be voices from the ether?
Is
You know,
We're in the ether.
there a monitor or project? I mean,
we have a projector here that projects the striking and fear-inducing images of my co-panelists and inflicts them upon the participants.
hey, okay, I see the blank screen where we should be.
There you are. All right. We saw Mike Frederi's back. Mike, we can all see you and you look good.
Oh, good. Oh,
Where
looks
is
like
he?
Adrian's coming in. Ah, there we are. Adrian, hi.
Adrian.
Hey,
Whoa.
hopefully I'm not late.
Nope, we're at 12 o'clock. Everyone's here.
Only fashionably late. Yeah, what is it? 1 minute after noon. So
There we
Mike,
go.
kick us off.
Okay, so thanks everyone for agreeing to do this. I just want to do, I don't know if John, if you've already told folks anything there, but just want to run down who everyone is. John O'Neill, editor of Blackgate magazine from 2000 to 2011, currently editor of the extremely well-regarded Blackgate website, which is still running to this day. He has recently gotten a position as a staff writer for an upcoming Amazon Prime series, and writing as Todd McCulty. He's written Robots of Gotham in 2018 and had a story Ambient Intelligence published in Lightspeed. Adrian Simmons has been editor of Heroic Fantasy Quarterly since 2009. He has had stories published in Savage Realms, Tales from the Magician's Skull, Krasova, Andromeda Spaceways magazine, and Pseudopod. David C. Smith. Let me take a drink here before I list all of his credits. Written for The Witch of the Mist,
Yeah.
Bram McMorn novel, the 5-volume Orange series, Tales of Atluma, 6-volume Red Sonja series, Witch of the West Indies, Waters of Darkness, Sometime Lofty Tower. He's had stories published in Savage Scrolls, Warlords, Warlocks, and Witches, Swords of Steel, Weird Tales, and has just had a new book, Coven House, published just the other day, which is now available at Amazon. So again, thank you everyone for being here. And kind of the first thing, when I started this, I was approached to do a panel, and right at the time I had finished Brian Murphy's book, Flaming Crimson, which, for those who don't know, goes through the history of sword and sorcery from actually before the 30s when Robert E. Howard started, through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the kind of the heyday. And when it wrapped up, it kind of just sort of said, and there's still some stuff out there and there's still interest. But I think the book really kind of he finished writing it right when this new modern sword and sorcery boom really started to pick up steam. It's been going for a while, but I'd say in the last few years, you've just seen
David and Adrian are on
few new publishers just come out, a lot of writers come out, just getting a lot more attention. So
Good enough. Thanks anyway.
guess to start with, for the three of you, I'm guessing you're familiar with the older sword and sorcery stuff from the 60s and 70s. It's kind of what we all kind of grew up
Sure.
reading.
Sure.
What would you say would be the big difference
I did, so probably.
between what they're doing now,
All right, no worries.
and what was going on in, say, the big golden age, the 60s to the 80s?
Who wants to take? Adrian, do you want to take it? John? Maybe John should take it.
I can take a stab at it first if y'all want.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess my main thing would be, I would say that it is perhaps the subgenre is a lot broader than it used to be,
Mhm.
although perhaps not as deep, because you had people in that golden age and that cornerstone time making, entire careers out of sword and sorcery fiction. Volume after volume, story after story, and seems to me that's a lot harder to do these days. It's not impossible, but it's a lot harder. But at the same time, it is a lot broader. You have a lot more voices. You have a lot more markets. There's small markets, most of them. So that's my take on it. I will pass the baton.
No, that's fine. I agree completely. I was going to say, I think it's really been opened up a lot. From the 30s and 40s, it was, I don't want to say it was constricted, but it was very much attuned to its market and so on. And in my perspective, a lot of that held on in the 60s and 70s was some of the bad sword and sorcery. It was written by, guys, almost all, guys wrote all of it, who had written Westerns and stuff like that. And they just recopied them as sword and sorcery, which was sad. And I think it gave the genre a bad name. But now there's so much talent out there. And, we're living like in a golden age of imagination or something. I mean, there's so much stuff going on. And from what I can see, that is opening up the sword and sorcery stories. It's going a lot of interesting different directions.
Yeah, I agree very much with Dave. I think that's right on the money. If you take a look back at sword and sorcery publishing, you'll see exactly what Dave was talking about. If you look at the paperback publishers in the 60s and then especially in the 70s, I'm talking about some of the sort of the marginal enterprises, Zebra, even Dodd to a certain extent, who just had a normal publication output, and they could make money with very small print runs. So they were publishing, following, there was a great Lancer and Zebra and Ace in some of their incarnations. We're putting out a lot of this stuff. It is much harder now to get what's we would call a straight sword and sorcery novel published. I think it'd be much more difficult to go to a modern publisher and get one published. However, sword and sorcery as a genre is experiencing and sort of an unprecedented explosion. It's just not happening in paperback books and novels. It is happening in video games. It is happening in intellectual properties like The Witcher. It is happening in role-playing games and gamings of all kind. And that's, of course, fueled by Dungeons and Dragons. It's fueled by all the derivatives, all the other RPGs, which had their very deep-set root in sword and sorcery. So if you are a sword and sorcery fan, such as myself, you've watched one part of the entire genre shrivel. You've watched all those paperback novels sort of vanish into the 80s and 90s. It's very hard to get a modern day, sword and sorcery book, while simultaneously watching sword and sorcery as a genre conquer the world through video games, role-playing games. When you talk about the tenets of sword and sorcery, the barbarian hero, the independent man, guy, sort of, the Conan figure facing off, everybody you talk to has seen it, is a fan, has seen it in some incarnation. It's usually not a book. It's usually the response. Right. Oh, I saw The Witcher, or I loved the Conan comic books. Right. This sword and sorcery as a genre has sunk into modern consciousness in a very powerful way. It's just not the way that I'm used to talking about it.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things when I was setting this up, I was going to have like copies of modern sword and sorcery books to kind of show off, and I realized, okay, almost everything I would have would be digital.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about old sword and sorcery, I got shelves full of these old paperbacks, but
yeah, you're right.
It's a lot of the modern stuff. And the thing is, a lot of it, there usually is some kind of print option, but it's not even so much that it's not available. It's just people seem to prefer getting it another way, either digital book or a video game. So I don't know. I
think the pure form of sword and sorcery is still out there. It's still published in magazines. It's still, we've got somebody on the panel, Adrian Simmons, who runs a very successful and very popular magazine, Heroic Fantasy Quarterly. He's right in the cutting edge. He's publishing stuff. Adrian, tell us what's new and exciting. I mean, if people out in the audience today want to experience sort of modern sword and sorcery short fiction, how can they find you, and what should they be looking for?
Well, if you scratch at the surface, we've anthologized some of our best work. We've got 3 best of anthologies available in hard copy or digital. We just put out our big 50th issue. It was almost a double issue.
Congrats, that's great.
Yeah, let's say it was a jumbo-sized issue. A couple of people who said they were going to send us stuff didn't send us stuff. But that's how the monkey jumps in this game. We are just at heroicfantasyquarterly.com. And what was the rest of it that you wanted, John?
All right, so tell the audience how they can find you.
It's just that simple. heroicfantasyquarterly.com. We also do poetry, and I never get tired of saying this. We pay $25 a poem, and that makes us, if not the top paying poetry market in the United States, we're in like the top 3. So
I'll bet. That's I wish I wrote poetry. I would submit something. I looked at your website, Adrian. I mean, it looks great and everything. But my stuff tends to being kind of dark. I wasn't sure if what I write would be right for your journal. Do you have
well,
feelings about that?
we don't really market ourselves as a grim dark kind of place.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you got to have, we can go pretty grim when the situation requires it. We get a lot of fiction that is just, I don't know, trying to be grim just to be grim. It's not really adding much, and I don't necessarily want to direct the panel away from the main topic, but one of the problems with the Shades of Grey is the bad guys become so ridiculous at a certain point to justify the anti-hero or the Shades of Grey guy doing anything that I find that very off-putting. But that's just me.
I gotta say, I don't know what grimdark is, but I've had a few guys tell me that some of my early short stories and novels like Shadow and Sorcery, they said you were writing grimdark before it had a name.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's very true. Yeah.
Is it? You think so? But my stuff is kind of, I don't want to get philosophical with it, but I have like an intellectual or not intellectual, but philosophical view on this thing. It's very existential, and you can carry that all the way through Lovecraft and stuff. You know what I mean? And that's how it can get kind of dark. And that's where I was coming from when I was writing this stuff in the 70s. But is grimdark to me today sounds like the horror movies where they just torture teenagers or something and there's really no point to it. Does it get to be that kind of silly?
I think sometimes it does. I'm sure there are great examples of just like great horror movies out there.
Sure. Okay. Because I don't want to critique writers or stories because I don't think I've read any current grimdark, and if there's someone doing brilliant work, I want to know who it is, But I just, because the term was new to me, but I've never played a role-playing game either. So
Yeah.
I'm an old
So David, tell the audience where, I mean, if they're interested in some of your earlier stuff, and the folks in the audience, you should be seeking it out. I mean, some of Dave's novels, his Orin stuff, his Red Sonja work, still talked about today, still discussed, and still relatively easy to find. The short stories he's talking about can be a little bit harder. Dave, we've got folks in the audience who are scribbling down notes. Tell them how they can track down some of your earlier work.
Oh, sure. The really early stuff, the Oron books, and there's basically 5 titles. If you search online for Oron,
O-R-O-N, everybody, O-R-O-N.
Yeah, O-R-O-N. Yeah, Orion. Yeah, thank you, Mike. With Orion without the I. The old paperbacks will come up. And I think you can still find copies on places like Abe Books and places like that. They had pretty sizable print runs for their day. I know that Oren went through at least 2 printings, and it sold 55,000 copies, which, was pretty good, in the 1970s. But those are all still there. Any of them with the Oron name, those are all still out of print. Now, I have scanned them all in, and I keep saying it's going to happen next year, but this year, Paul Piero Press is going to begin reprinting them.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's good, because I keep hearing from people, really love Overrun, but my copies fall apart. You know, it's like, so those will be coming out. The Sonias, which to me, I wrote the first drafts and Dick Tierney then polished it and turned in the final draft. To me, these are really great, like B movies. And I mean that in the most lovable way. Yeah, there you go. Because if you see some of these old, you know, Westerns from the 50s, they're wonderful. They have character, they have personality, you know, they have danger. And that's what I tried to do with the Sonias. There's plenty of those still around. They can be found. I'd send everybody extra copies of what I have, but I'm all used up. So that's it for me with the older stuff. It can be found like in used. I don't see them much in used bookstores anymore. I'm talking about I know. But I think they can be found online. As for the newer stuff, anything that I've done is from Pulp Hero Press. Excuse me, that's sinuses, not COVID. PULP Hero Press. And they've brought out like the short story collection, some of the new Sword and Sorcery I'm doing. So if you look, excuse me, for Pulp Hero Press, then I'll be there. So, sorry.
So getting back a little bit to the sort of the topic of the panel, which is Sword and Sorcery in 2021. For me, the primary source of the Sword and Sorcery the heroic fantasy I'm reading today does come from the magazines, and a few of them we've mentioned already. I think Mike Penkus mentioned some of the ones that the folks here, Adrian and others have been published in. The top tier Sword and Sorcery magazines out there today include Tales from the Magician's Skull, edited by Howard Andrew Jones. It's published by Goodman Games. Yeah, a fantastic piece. I am following a series of short stories that I've gotten quite fond of. Several of them are appearing, so these are just like, the Conan stories, the Elric stories. These are modern tales of heroic fantasy and sword and sorcery featuring heroes that I quite like. They're published by, they're written by John C. Hocking, Chris Hocking. Yep. Howard has his own Hanabar series going on now. But some of the series that I have found very addictive and enjoying very, very much are currently found in Heroic Fantasy Quarterly. Adrian, tell us a little bit about some of the best. Yeah, there we go. So that's Tales from the Magician's Skull. And the thing I like so much about Adrian's magazine is, first off, I can read it anywhere. It's available online. Adrian and his team have been putting it out. It is a quarterly, and it appears 4 times a year. I love Howard Andrew Jones and his Tales from the Magician's Skull, but it sort of appears whenever they feel like it. Adrian is, it's like clockwork, and these series that I've become fond of, they're there for me, and I can reach them anywhere. So, Adrian, tell us a little bit more about your magazine, some of your favorite series that are going on in it right now.
Well, there's so much to talk about. You're making me choose among my children. So I would say that, we've had, through the years, we've had different series, kind of stories. We had one that was a Japanese setting, Shadows from Firelight, and I forget who wrote that. But we did like 4 of those. So if you like your Japanese stuff, that one's a good one. He also wrote a story we did like 3 or 4 of his stories, and one was Shadows from Firelight. One was called Demon Fang, and samurai, cursed sword, trying to get back at the world for the injustices done to him. We had a very interesting set of stories about a vagabond conquistador. Written by, and I'm gonna have to, I gotta look this up because I don't want to get it wrong. Written by a guy named Rafael Ordonez. We had 3 or 4 of those, and one of the things I was very proud of in our middle years was we had the Vagabond Conquistador. We had a character named Iron Shirt, who was a Comanche adventurer down in South America in like the 1830s. And then we had an Aztec adventuress named Hummingbird, who was like in the 1500s. And I got those three authors to do what we called the great triple crossover, with Hummingbird running into some ancient evil, which she almost defeats, and then Iron Shirt, the Comanche, running into it in the 1830s. No, I'm sorry. It would be the Vagabond Conquistador who runs into it next. And then finally it's the Comanche guy who finishes it off. We did that over 3 or 4 issues. That was a great thing. Right now we've got kind of our, and I haven't shut the door to publishing stories by those authors. I just haven't really got anything from them recently. In issue 50, we have a returning character named Sathano, who's kind of your wandering vagabond prince. He actually was a kind of a gladiator type thing. He's fought his freedom, he's trying to get out of these corrupt lands and back to his own people, but he keeps getting pulled back in.
Is that Jeremy Farkas?
Yes.
Yeah.
And who else we got?
In issue 50, you have Greg Millay, you've got Milton Davis, Daryl Schweitzer. All those folks are in your 50th issue.
That's right. And I'm glad you brought up Greg Millay, because this is like his 3rd or 4th story with us.
Yes.
He's got this very unique, again, it's kind of a Central America, vaguely alternate history. And the alternate part is a boatload of ancient Greeks, Bronze Age Greeks showed up. And so there's bronze, there's a little bit of iron, most of it's still flint and obsidian, and it changed things. And so that's really cool.
Can I say something about that series? Because I've read the stories he had in Tales of the Magician's Skull. I'll have to look for them in your issue, because it's such a great concept. I've become a fan of that series, and they're well written. But it's so interesting to have that clash of cultures, when he gets out of it.
Yes,
and
As that land, as to land,
yeah.
My favorite series right now, and I have 2. Then again, they're short story series, just in the old fashions, like stories of Elric or Conan, Back of Atlantis. My 2 favorite modern series of sword and sorcery heroes. Number 1, the first one is by Howard Andrew Jones, and he's writing a series of Hanavar tales about a civilization that has been almost exterminated. And they are drawn very closely from the tales of Hannibal, and from the city of Carthage. And of course, Carthage was destroyed by Rome and was virtually exterminated. And this is a very, analogous to that. We have Hanavar, a great hero who is attempting no longer to win a military victory. He's not, trying to topple an evil empire, although there is certainly an evil empire in his stories. He is attempting only to save what little remains of his people, and he's doing it all sort of behind the scenes, wandering through a enormously powerful, far-reaching, conquering empire incognito. And as he does it, he encounters all the evidence of horrible decadence and dark magic that has helped this empire stay in power all these years. And as he travels, he gathers a group of highly skilled and great fighters to his side, and that series is going on, and it's already been collected. I've read the first 2 volumes, and they are really magnificent. They are sort of the pinnacle of sort of modern sword and sorcery and all that entails. My other favorite one is a personal favorite, James Eng and his Morlock stories, Morlock the Maker. I published the first few of those in Blackgate, and he went on. Pyre published several of his novels, and he got a World Fantasy nomination, but he's always been a close favorite. Morlock the Maker is a sort of irascible genius, an alcoholic wizard, and traveling around, stirring things up. And he's just a fabulous character. He's enormously entertaining, and James brings a modern sensibility to this. Those are two favorites. Anybody else have any others they want to add?
I want to put a quick shout out to, I think it's Adrian Cole and
Oh,
John.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Good. Yeah. Very good. Can I throw something out here? It's a thought that occurred to me as we were talking about these stories and their protagonists. I read an article the other day online. I think I probably saved it somewhere. Well, what it had to do with is this modern version of good versus evil in our stories, whether it's Marvel, superhero movies or whatever it is. And this guy tracked it down, this sensibility, to a German author who first translated like what we think of as Grimm's fairy tales. And he took these old folk tales and stuff, but he did it like in the middle of the 18th century or something. So he introduced this moral element to them that hadn't been there at all, So they kind of became like, oh, the wolf is bad and Red Riding Hood is good, or whatever it might be. And his point, and I never really thought about this before, but his point was, well, I had, but if you look at like Homer and these other older characters, they don't have, they don't exhibit that kind of moralizing attitude at all. They just want to survive, by whatever, And so where this guy ended up is that, these older heroes and folktales, they're just trying not to be eaten, by something, rather than being a hero or whatever. To me, that sounds very, very much like sword and sorcery, maybe not heroic fantasy, but it sounds like sword and sorcery fantasy. And that kind of gives it a certain, I don't know if it's philosophical, but a certain kind of grounding that for me really works with these stories. A lot of them are short, and you're in a situation, you got to survive, and it's those elements that come into play. Does this make sense to anybody? Am I way off base?
Yeah, I remember decades ago, I don't want to date myself, but when I was in college, and we were studying the Iliad, and that was a question a lot of the students would have, because they would talk about, why are these the heroes? Why are people looking up to them? Because the students couldn't quite verbalize, when I was young, I couldn't verbalize that, this doesn't seem like a hero, but I'm not quite sure why. And it was, a lot of them were in it for themselves, or just trying to survive, or just trying to get home. And it's just a different way of looking at the world. And once you grow up with all the stories about good and evil, it can be jarring to see some older story.
That was my thought too, and I went back to Howard with Conan, because Conan is very much a great character, and to me, it was perfect for the Great Depression, that period where, everything had been turned upside down, and any kind of moral sensibility, it had been destroyed in World War I in many ways, and the Depression comes along and just knocks it flat. So who's the kind of hero or protagonist who's going to survive in a situation like that? Well, it's going to be like an Odysseus or a Conan. He's going to try to survive however he can. So it was very, very much right for the times. In the 70s, when I was writing it, society kind of fell off balance too. So maybe there's a slight parallel there or something.
One of the things I've noticed about when people talk today about sword and sorcery is it's tinged with enormous nostalgia. People gather together like at this panel, and we can talk a lot about modern science fiction. When our eyes really sort of mist over and we start to, love comes into our voice, we're all talking about those stories we read 20, 30 years ago. I read a long sort of blog series that had that exact sort of nostalgic tinge for me. And in my mind, sort of the pinnacle, it was one of the best ongoing series about mid 20th century sword and sorcery. And it was written by someone on this panel, Mike Peckus. He wrote a series for us for Blackgate, and he looked back at the Red Sonja comic books published by Marvel. And these things are written by Steve Gerber. Is that correct, Mike?
They were actually mostly written by Roy Thomas. There was some stuff
Roy
by
Thomas.
Jones.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And these things just got more and more ridiculous and more ludicrous. And the thing I got, from reading these back to back, but from Mike, is that they are so gonzo. There's so much fun in them. You could get away with things, in a C-list title at Marvel Comics in the 70s
Yeah.
that you would never be able to get away with. The creativity was off the charts. The people that were coming back were like, he can't possibly write a story based around that goofy thing that's on the cover. And they would do it over and over again. I don't want to steal your thunder, Mike, but you want to comment on that.
Oh, part of that too was, some of that you didn't have in the comics in the 70s and the 60s. It's not exactly like you were printing money, but you were selling tens or hundreds of thousands of issues of something that today we would look at and say, well, that's just kind of mediocre, but it sold. So when you're going to sell a thing, no matter what's in it, you tend to get some people that just write out direct, but then you get some people that say, if I can write whatever I want and you're still going to pay me, I'm going to go nuts. Frankly, some of the Red Sonja stories from the comics kind of felt like we need a script by 8 a.m. tomorrow. It's 2 a.m. Red Sonja gets swallowed by a giant clam.
Yeah, Mike, that's the one. That's the one. When we got the contract, Dick and I to write the novels, and I went out to a comic book shop, and they said, I got to read some Red Sonja comics now, because I never read them. And so I picked them up, and it's like I got to the story with the giant clam, and it's like, I don't know what we could do with this, So we just kind of took it our own direction. But gonzo was the perfect word for that. These things were made, but I still remember that, she always in an action pose with the sword, and here's this giant clam. I think I might still have the issue somewhere. I don't know. Those things were nuts.
One of the things I learned listening and sort of reading these series is that at least in this era, the covers were commissioned well before the contents were written for Marvel, right? So you'd have 4, because they were all advertised and ordered. So the writer would be given, well, here's the cover that appeared 3 months ago, and it's Red Sonja and a giant clam. We need, by 8 a.m. tomorrow, we need a story with Red Sonja clam. And so, these Roy Thomas or whoever was writing at the time's like, got it, give me a typewriter and, leave me alone for 90 minutes and Red Sonja is going to get swallowed by a clam. And I think what I had never read these in the 70s, but I was absolutely hooked on Mike's blog post because I had to tune in next week to see what the hell these poor, extremely deadline-stricken writers were going to have to be tasked with next week. But the series is hilarious. And I don't think anybody, for me, at least personally, has communicated the sheer joy of this whole genre and how goofy you could be and how much fun you could have.
Yeah, you had, and sometimes that kind of worked against the story. I think the one I mentioned, one of the reviews was, Red Sonja, what is the secret of the Spider Queen? It's like, is it that she's a giant spider? Like, yeah. It's right on the cover. She turns into a giant spider. And it's like, what's the secret? It's like, okay.
Oh, that's great. Mike, I have to read this series. I read the one you wrote about the novels, which was really perceptive. I gotta find this and read it. Okay,
you should, just do a Google search on Red Sonja and Mike Pincus.
Okay.
We're starting to get some questions from the audience. Are we ready to open up the questions?
Oh.
All right, fantastic. Yes, let's go with you in the back, sir. Yeah.
When you're talking about Red Sonja, I also have to cross Frank Thorne, who was the wacko.
Gita. Yes. Yeah.
Who then took this weird, crazy story from Roy Thomas and applied his own wizard.
The question is, or it's more of a comment that we want to give props out to the artist at Red Sonja, Frank Thorne, who had his own Sword and Sorcery series for quite a while.
Oh yeah, Frank Thorne. I don't know that people would still be talking about a lot of these Red Sonja stories if Frank Thorne hadn't been the illustrator. You had John Buscema, you had Barry Windsor Smith drawing her, but when Frank Thorne took over, it was a completely different and almost this psychedelic view of her. It was almost this dreamlike, and it's something you don't see as much in comics today, the level of detail. when she would go
Yeah.
through towns, you would see the whole town, you would see the buildings, you'd see that, which sounds like a little thing, but yeah, it really put a lot into it. And when he left Red Sonja, he went on to, I think it was Warren Publishing, they did the
Yeah.
Gita series.
He did the Gita series, yeah. He brought, at least for me, when I think of Frank Thorne, he had a very erotic sensibility. In the Gita series, it was explicit, but even in the Red Sonja stuff, I think it was still there. And
Yeah,
yeah.
that might have been part of the problem, that, maybe he was going a little too far with that, and Marvel was trying to rein him in. And yeah, because Gita was very much, yeah, the whole oath that Red Sonja won't sleep with anyone unless yeah, Gita threw that right out. She was sleeping. And but yeah, and it did get into some trouble later, because there were other series he did where people said, yeah, you went too far, and you're doing Playboy comics and they're saying, hey, maybe tone it down, maybe.
You know, though, that when you talk about him with Sonya, because she was in a way sexual, well, she was sexualized, with that chainmail bikini, but she also seemed like a real person in some way. You know what I mean? I mean, it sounds weird to say, but she really was her own person in those comics. It was interesting.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I have two comments. One is, I think I'm listening to the old boys club. One of the big things about sword and sorcery is how much broader it is in terms of authors and identities
Mhm.
of the authors and the characters, and I think we totally glossed over that.
No, that's excellent. I'll repeat that for the panelists who may not be able to hear it. So the point is that, listening to this panel so far has felt very much like sort of listening into an all boys club. We haven't focused in on the breadth of some of the writers and the characters, and we sort of glossed over that. So let's throw it open. I mean, there have been even going back into the pulp era with C.L. Moore, going up into the 70s with Jessica Alman Salmons, I'm going to destroy her name, and several others. There have always been women who've been very strong writers. Anyone else want to sort of chime in on that?
Well, yeah, when a lot of people, when they look at where sword and sorcery began, a lot of them will just point to Robert E. Howard, and that's very justified. But C.L. Moore, she was in there maybe, I think, 2-3 years after the first Conan story. I mean, so it was pretty close. And then for a while, there just weren't a lot of people doing this till maybe the 60s.
You're right. Yeah, it was a desert. I mean, except for Fritz Leiber, maybe in the 50s, nobody picked up on it. It was the Frank Frazetta covers on the Lancer books that kind of supercharged it. That's the genre.
Today, there are writers like Violet Milan, who does. She has 5 novels out with Daw in a really rollicking sword and sorcery series. Anybody else? She's the one who sort of comes to my mind immediately.
You know who could be writing is Nancy Hansen. She has that pirate character Jezebel.
Say the name again, Dave. Who?
Nancy Hansen.
Nancy Anderson. Okay.
Hanson, Hanson. I hope I'm remembering her name correctly, but I believe she does the Jezebel pirate stories for Ron Fortier, and they're not sword and sorcery, but it wouldn't take much to push her over the edge,
Pat, did you have someone in mind?
Actually, I was thinking of a lot of.
About 30 minutes.
I didn't get that.
She's saying she's thinking more of, Pat's saying she's thinking more of young adult series that they're bridging on the swords. So yeah, I'm not sure anybody on the panel could speak. At least I can't speak well. I don't read nearly enough YA stuff.
No, me either.
She's saying she has to read it because she has to make sure that her niece is reading anything diabolical. We're going to go to another question back here. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the questions.
I'll repeat it.
Okay, what people seldom realize is that the effect that the distribution had on the market. The thing at bookstores and comic book stores drugstores, supermarkets. It's all wrapped,
Mhm.
it's all cheap paper.
Mm.
They actually, you know, when they went to more expensive paper, prices go up. In the specialty store, the price go up because of the way that the distribution works and how. So it actually, what brought down both the comic and the paperback market.
So it's not so much a question. It sounds like it's a comment around the distribution, that the the field has been shaped by distribution as much as it has been by literary trends, and that in the the 60s and 70s, and I'm paraphrasing this gentleman in the back, in the 60s and 70s, and you're absolutely correct. It was drugstores, supermarkets, cheap paperbacks that were distributed nationally. We didn't get the much more specialized, science fiction stores, comic stores that really exploded until the 70s and 80s, and that allowed more diverse stuff to show up. If you weren't in a cheap paperback format, it was very hard to get distributed across the country, and so that's part of what allowed Sword and Sorcery to experience that boom in that area was the distribution, not just the writers. I think that's a very good point. Anybody else in the panel want to comment?
That's a very good point. And the only I'm sorry, Adrian, I think I jumped the gun.
No, go ahead.
But no, I was just going to say, it brings to mind the mid list. If we're familiar with that, in other words, there was always this little space with the paperback publishers, where if you're a newbie like me, and you came up, with an idea that would work, or you knew somebody who got your contract, you could write Sword and Sorcery. You could introduce yourself with a crime story or something, and you didn't have to be a best-selling author. There was enough room, and it was kind of like a holdover from the pulps. But there is always that mid list there of writers who are at the B, C, or D level, but somebody might pick them up at the train station, or at the bus station, and that's where I got my start. That's where Carl Wagner got his start. A lot of us did. I'm sorry, Adrian, you were going to say something.
No, I was just going to agree that yes, I've heard that the whole distribution thing is, it's this whole other side to this business, and that's one of the things that has shaped how the business has progressed, since I guess probably forever, but especially probably since the 90s, as it seems like it's getting there are fewer and fewer distributors, and so they really seem to only be interested in taking big name stuff.
Yeah,
that's kind of to summarize what I've heard.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, very true. We got one more comment over here. Yes, please go ahead. Ooh, great question. Adrian, I think this is directed at you. She's saying she'd like to ask the gentleman who published the anthology, and I believe, Adrian, she's referring to your Best of Heroic Fantasy Quarterly. If, in addition to Sword and Sorcery, if you publish much Sword and Soul?
Well, I think the short answer is yes. For example, we've got Milton Davis in issue 50, who is a big player in the Sword and Soul game. And we published quite a bit of...
Adrian, hang on just a second. We're getting a follow-up question. Can you define Sword and Soul, please?
Can I?
Yes. Well, I'll take a stab at it. So Sword and Soul, I've always thought of Sword and Soul as a branch, not just of Sword and Sorcery, but a branch of fantasy that focuses specifically on the rich African heritage.
Exactly.
And rich, the very deep well of stories that have swelled out of not just Africa itself, but the whole African diaspora. Am I doing it anywhere near justice? All right, so she's not. All right, thank you. So Adrian, back to you.
I think that is a very good definition of it. We also published quite a bit by his name was P.J. Clark, Fenderson Clark, who has broken into the big leagues with what was he had some story about a.
Is he the guy that writes the gin stories? Is that him?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, he's fantastic. Yeah.
He did 2 or 3 for us, and this is our first Milton Davis story. We did have something way back in the early days called The Lion and the Thorn Tree, which was kind of set in Africa. I don't know if anything about the author. The world is a really big place, and unfortunately, a lot of Sword and Sorcery has really focused on that kind of Northern European, Scandinavia Viking thing. I've done plenty of that myself. But the world is a big place, and Africa, parts of the Middle East, there are many rich veins to be mined out of all that.
I don't think there's as many veins of modern fantasy that have exploded in the way that I've seen Sword and Soul do, though. I mean, there is the market has welcomed the really good Sword and Soul writers in a way. In my mind, it goes all the way back to Charles Saunders. I mean, I'm sure that you can find evidence, just as people go back before Robert E. Howard. You know, people say Robert E. Howard created Sword and Soul. Well, no, of course he didn't. There's antecedents to it. But in my mind, I don't think the market became aware of it, and I certainly didn't until Charles Saunders in right about 1975, if I'm correct. 1981. That's amazing.
Yeah,
I met Charles Saunders in 1981, so in Ottawa when he was living in.
Oh, did you meet him? I never met him, John.
I was my first meeting of the Ottawa Science Fiction and Fandom Club. He was the guest speaker. I was 15 years old, and he was this enormous, towering gentleman who spoke with a booming voice. Yeah. We
traded letters. We traded letters for decades. I never met him, but he actually started writing the Amaro stories in the late 60s, and then he was in places like Space and Time in the 70s.
Wasn't he in Midnight Sun too? In
Carlo
Carlo
he did
de
Midnight
Raggi?
Sun. Yes, this is going way back to the 60s and the 70s with the fanzines, but we were reading each other's stuff in the fanzines in the 70s. So I would date him from there. And then the Daub book of Amaro, the collection was, I think you're right, 1981.
1981.
Yeah.
I think we had one more question back here. Did you had your hand a second ago?
I was going to mention Charles Saunders.
You were going to mention Charles Saunders, all right? So well timed. Yeah.
But I would also add possibly
Andre Norton.
Some of them.
Which world? Okay, that's a great point. So in my mind, Andre Norton, modern sword and sorcery owes a lot to Andre Norton, partly to the Witch World, because the Witch World was a very successful series. It printed, that remained in print for well over 5 years. Witch World was constantly in print all through the 70s and even into the 80s. And also, Andre Norton wrote a young adult story called Beastmaster, which was licensed and then turned into an 80s science fiction or sword and sorcery film, which has almost no relationship whatsoever. She had her name taken off the film itself. But if you were 17 years old as I was when that film came out, pretty formative.
Yeah.
Is the Beastmaster, you see it occasionally on the really off-brand TV?
Pat is asking if the Beastmaster we see on is you talking about the film with Mark Singer? A TV series? Right. So there is a syndicated TV series based off of the movie, which is loosely based off the Andre Norton novel, which is, if you taste them back, there really is almost unrecognizable. The answer to your question is yes. It is a licensed intellectual property from Andre Norton that she had her name taken off, but still, some of us deeply love it. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Mike Pencus, back to our moderator to help us wrap it up.
Well, I had a whole list of things to ask, but I just kind of let all of you go, and you kind of got to all the points want to make. Mostly, and I didn't know how many people watching this or attending would actually know much about modern sword and sorcery. So one of the things I just want to wrap up with was, if you're just new to this or you read older stuff and you kind of want to explore what's out there right now, obviously Heroic Fantasy Quarterly is a great place to start. Tales from the Magician's Skull, Pulp Hero Press, they're the ones that did the Brian Murphy book, and they've done a bunch of David Smith's books. Where else would you recommend people go if they want to read, modern sword and sorcery and see what people are talking about?
I'll take a crack at that quickly. I have found that it's a guilty pleasure, but I really enjoy some of the stuff being published in the Warhammer universe by Clint Werner, Teal Werner, his Brunner series. There's a Gottrix and Felix series. These, to me, are pure sword and sorcery. They're individuals fighting it in a very, very dark world against some pretty horrifying monsters.
Actually, some of the Warhammer stuff, people who follow Grimdark point to that as one of the early sources too. They kind of have this common DNA.
Yeah.
I would, although I don't think it's going to be published anymore. There was a magazine called Skelos that had, I think, 5 or 6 issues. So they are all worth tracking down.
An excellent magazine, Mark Finn's magazine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. There are some. I won't say that the sword and sorcery magazine market is thriving, but there is some quite good stuff out there. Tales of the Magician's Skull. Skelos is worth seeking out. One that's a little more uneven is a magazine I find called The Audient Void. It's a small press magazine that's quite fun. Sursova, again, it's a little bit up and down for me. But for my money, the Heroic Fantasy Quarterly is the most reliable and one of the most diverse outlets out there.
There's an editor named, it's weird, I can remember the editor's name, I can't remember the magazine's name. Douglas Draw? What is he
Weird
do?
Book. Weird Book.
Weird Book's also a good book.
Yeah. Weird Book was originally published as a sword and sorcery venue in the 70s. Very successful, right alongside Whispers and some of the other big, sword and sorcery small press magazines. It was resurrected by Doug Draw about 8 years ago, and he's done a very, very good job with it. Now, I don't think that he has stuck to the sword and sorcery mantra, although the Weird Book did. He has broadened out. I mean, you'll find werewolf fiction. He's got, vampire issues. He goes in, zombies. He's got, he's a much more broad sense of what could be in Weird Book. So I don't, when I think of sword and sorcery, I don't think of Weird Book as a sword and sorcery standard anymore, but it's a fun little magazine.
If I could add something here, I just heard from Doug. I heard his name. He contacted me just this past week. He's putting together a pitch for an anthology of stories. He wanted to know if I would write one for him. Adrian Cole's going to write one for him, and he's pitching it to DMR Books, Dave Ritzlin's outfit, and that's another name that publishes a lot of sword and sorcery. So you mentioned Doug Draw again. I think we should pay attention to him because he's behind apparently some of the new sword and sorcery as well.
That's an excellent point. For those of you in the audience taking notes, check out DMR Books. Dave Ritzlin, he's actually local. He's a local Chicago man.
Yeah, he's Chicago.
Yeah, you'll see him at these conventions. Yeah, but he is publishing every second month. He comes out. He does 6 books a year, and these are core sword and sorcery. He did a series of sword and sorcery anthologies, closely tied into music. Swords of Steel. Is that what they were called? Swords of Steel.
It was Swords of Steel. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. 3 of those long.
Do you know about that? It was heavy metal musicians.
Yeah, all the writers were heavy metal musicians. He recruited heavy metal musicians to write his. So it was certainly a different take on it, but there's certainly a lot of overlap. He has exploded. He's again, talk about consistency. Check him out, DMR. They have a blog, the DMR blog. That you can link to from the DMR Books website, and it is excellent. He's recruited quite a few writers. It's certainly one of the most high energy outlets for modern sorcery. DMR Books and the DMR blog.
There's also a recent one just this year, Savage Realms Monthly. That's had a few issues out. One site I go to, it's not so much for stories, but Dark Worlds Quarterly does a lot of articles on.
That's still published?
Well, I don't know if the I don't know about the magazine, but the blog is very much alive.
Yeah, Dark Worlds Quarterly.
At least once a week, I find some article on it posted about sword and sorcery, either old stuff or what's going on right now. So that's a good source. DMR Books has been fantastic. They've done like 24 collections. The person, whoever mentioned earlier about women writing this, I'm actually just reading Empress of Dreams collection of Tanith Lee. sword and sorcery stories, which are just wonderful.
I think they're going to wrap us up. We've got
Oh.
in the next 5 minutes. We've got another panel coming in here. Is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah. All right. So.
I stood up to get these books.
Oh, there we go. Swords of Steel, right on
Yeah,
top of
there's-
it.
there's-
Yeah.
Yeah, there they are. So, yeah,
Those
this
are the
is
Swords
different.
and Steel volumes from DMR Books.
Yeah.
The books,
so
the
this-
books that launched a publishing empire.
Yes, they are.
Volume 1.
There you go. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, you had a story, and I believe you wrote an introduction and an article for.
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Dave Smith did, and he published a story of mine in one of his anthologies. And I'm actually going to use those 2 characters to write another story. I don't know if Howard will take it or like it or not, but I'm going to submit it to the Magician's Skull. So we'll see. Yeah.
And I believe Tales from the Magician's Skull, I think they're doing a Kickstarter right now.
Yes.
Or
They are.
To
Yeah.
kind of get their publishing schedule a little more regular, and they've already posted the cover up for the next couple issues, which always look fantastic. So
Yeah.
So to wrap up, I think if you are at all interested in modern sword and sorcery, there are a number of fabulous outlets for you. DMR Books is great. Tales of the Magician's Skull, and Heroic Fantasy Quarterly. Those are the 3 that I would recommend to you. If you're interested in books, go check out DMR Books. Looking for a fantastic blog. They have a great blog. The magazine.
And Paul Piro Press.
And Paul Piro Press. Thank you. I think that's it. We'll wrap it up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hope we helped.
So we just log out now.
I guess we just log out. Mike, did
I
I
think
do
you're good.
okay? I mean, I didn't want to hog the conversation, but
No,
Malan,
this
M-A-L-A-N.
went exactly the way I wanted.
M-A-L-A-N.
I just
And
need
then
these
Malan.
3 in. I'll let them
Violettete.
say I
V-I-O, Violet Milan.
had the least background in this
Yeah,
field.
and her,
it's okay. Hey, Adrian, it's good to meet you.
It's good to meet
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Find her for you.
I'm going to look into your website some more.
Thank you. I may delve into your Oron books. I wrote a
Yeah,
note here.
take a look. Apparently they hold up. People are still reading them and talking about them. So yeah.
Excellent.
Appreciate that. Okay.
They're not so
Very
hard
much
to
so.
find in used
So this is
bookstores.
her.
What's hard is finding used bookstores.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
That's once I find a
Yeah.
used bookstore, there's usually a few books you've written in there, but
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Jason Carney said he found
I
a
get
couple
you.
of my books in a used bookstore down in I think he's in Virginia, North Carolina. Yeah. I guess they're out there. So.
I should have mentioned, Jason Carney's got, doesn't he have 2? He's got Witch House and he's got something else.
Yep.
And I forgot.
He wrote a study on it's pretty dense. It was his PhD thesis about Robert E. Howard, Frank Ashton Smith, and H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, he was
And his thesis was that a theme that ties together all their fiction back then in the 30s was that they were anti-modern. That we had this huge wave of modernism coming in, kind of analogous to we have a huge wave of postmodernism, we're dealing with now, and that they had been raised on and had were educated in this late 19th century, early 20th century, poetry and great fiction, fantasy fiction from the Victorian era, and that's what they knew and that's what they built on, and so they kind of stuck with that contra-modernism, which was
That's good.
disassembling everything and going in all directions, Art Deco and stuff. And it's really an interesting book. He did have to write it in such a way that it would appeal to his sponsors for his PhD thesis. So there's some big words in it.
Right. So
But
some of that academic language, I'll bet.
yeah, a lot of that, but it's really good. It's really good. I think I'm talking too loudly for my family. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. They can hear. I'm in my little basement office, so my voice is loud. They can hear me on the 3rd floor. So
oh, okay.
it's a little loud. Oh.
Hey.
It has been a lot of fun, but I think I got to run. So.
Okay, that's fine. No, we can wrap it up. But again, it was nice meeting you and talking with you guys.
Oh,
Yes, right back at you. Glad to meet you all.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Oh,
Yeah,
certainly.
thanks for putting this together.
Okay.
Guess I'll leave.
Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
I need nothing. Go get coffee. Hello.
Nice to meet you. Stella, I'll be moderating.
Okay, great. These are extras.
I don't know if our other panelist is in person or remote. Frank?
I think there were 4 of us on the panel.
Yeah.
But admittedly, I have not seen many
Okay.
people because I've been in the other room.
Okay.
So
Didn't get any updates. So.
if we only have 3 of us, I'll shift the overall.
Okay.
I ate one of them.
I feel like that's illegal in most places.
No,
Oh, okay.
cannibalism is illegal, but I'm the vanguard of an invading race of alien plants, so.
That isn't.
Hey,
that's a different-
Janice? Is carbon a chemical? I know it's an element. Is it a chemical? Yes. Yes, cool. Then carbon is my favorite chemical.
Solid.
We were having that argument this morning and I figured you'd know.
Can one have an element that is not a chemical? I don't know how the definition works.
I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
you can have a toad frog that's not a toad, but you can't have a toad that's not a frog. So,
Right.
but you can also have chemicals that aren't elements. Like
Right.
caffeine is not an element, even though it should be.
Right. Anything that's
Is it?
more of a humor, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's more of a humor. I'm currently enjoying the dark humor of being a primarily caffeine-fueled organism that must hydrate at all times or die in an environment where if we don't remain masked at all times, people could die. Yes, mostly by chairs to the head, absolutely.
So Wiki says it's a chemical element because it is a single element chemical.
Cool.
It's kind of a combination.
That's kind of fun. I don't remember how we got on that topic. I just remember not remembering, and then you had a periodic table shirt, so. It's Sunday morning. I'm from
It's what?
Seattle. It's Sunday morning.
I haven't eaten lunch yet. Officially, it's still morning.
It's noon o'clock. It's 11 o'clock, rather.
All right, I don't know if we have our other panelists joining us, so we'll just get going so we don't have too much time, but we might be joined in person or virtually in a second.
You'll find out.
So this is modern urban fantasy. The panel description is: what are the cutting edge developments in urban fantasy? What's happening now and what might happen in the future? I'm going to be moderating. I'm Jake Casella-Brookins. I'm an SF reviewer and scholar. I'm the publishing editor for the Ancillary Review of Books. And I run Positron Chicago, which is a site for the greater Chicagoland area speculative book clubs. So we're going to start this out. I'm just going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves and give me one thing that you think is exciting going on right now in modern fantasy, modern urban fantasy, and feel free to expand on that as much as you'd like. And I'll start to my left.
Hello, I'm Shannon McGuire. I write a great deal of urban fantasy. I am also serving this convention functionally as the masked police, as I am immunocompromised. So please, if you are not actively eating or drinking, keep your mask on at all times. It is really genuinely important that I not die because I agreed to come out and see y'all. I have deadlines. Something I do feel is exciting in current urban fantasy is we are seeing more people actually start to grapple with and consider the question of whether all stories and all mythologies are open to all writers for working in. I always tell people, don't make other cultures gods or monsters. And we're finally starting to see authors really consider what that means.
Hi, I'm Rhiannon. I write under RJ Hull. I will second the masks because I am immunosuppressed, so please don't kill me either. I'm most looking forward to how much queer, neurodivergent, and just diverse urban fantasy there is that's coming out. And more people are drawing from traditions, other traditions, but from a place of respect. They're more aware of what they're doing, which I like seeing that a lot. And I'm hoping that that continues as more people write from that perspective of, this is not just monster of the week, pop it in there. No, this is something, a lot of times this is somebody's religion that, and you're touching on that.
Great. So yeah, kind of following up on things both you said. So English language genre fantasy, I think has been making pretty big strides in representation of different cultures and different identities over the last couple decades. So what kind of like specific works do you think are doing a good job at doing that? And where do you think there's more work to be done?
Well, my suggestion of a book to read, because it's fantastic, is Borderline, which came out a couple of years ago, and I am blanking right now.
Michelle Baker.
Thank you. Which is Faye, and is a very interesting with a character who is neurodivergent, has a borderline personality, and is also missing limbs, which is a very intriguing way of approach, and it is very well done. Very, very well done. I recommend that one heartily.
It is book 1 of 3, the
Yes.
Arcadia Legacy, I think. They are complete and you can purchase them all now.
Sean, anything you want to list in that, or think about areas where you think there's still work to be done?
I mean, there's always going to be work to be done. I have nothing to list. I read constantly, but it's 11 a.m. on a Sunday. I don't remember a single thing I've read in the last 10 years, other than some relatively pornographic Harry Potter fan fiction, which, you know, other than the fact that its existence probably makes J.K. Rowling's blood pressure go up, really has no relevance to this panel. I do think that there is and will always be a lot of work to be done, because we have to keep doing the work. We have to keep actively doing the work, and we have to keep actively interrogating the work. And one of the things that is hardest for white or white passing authors to come to terms with is frequently that not all the work is ours to do. Because you're told from the beginning, and this is a racial thing in most of the world, not just America, but it's definitely a racial thing in America. You are told that if you're white, your story is the generic story. Everyone can project themselves onto that story. And the corollary to that, which is very easy to jump to, even if no one explicitly says it, is that every story is also yours because you are that open space. You are the blank page into which anything can be projected. There are stories that are not ours to tell. My mother's side of the family is Irish. My father's side of the family is Roma. I am 100% Irish looking. I got all the dominant genes from mom's side of the family. There are stories from the Roma side of the family that I would love to tell, but because I have an Irish name and blonde hair, they're not a good idea for me because they create the impression that it's okay for white authors to be telling those stories. And I don't want to defend my identity every 5 minutes for the rest of time. So I think we have a lot of work to keep doing there.
Yeah, that's great. I was thinking a lot about what exactly the definition of urban fantasy is, and I was thinking about things like Rebecca Roanhorse's work, which isn't necessarily urban, which feels like it fits into this conversation of, looking at new traditions, or not new traditions, but taking up older traditions in the modern urban fantasy light, but thinking about who's telling those stories. So, do y'all have any thoughts on definition of urban fantasy here as we're talking about this?
The distinction between modern fantasy and urban fantasy is usually one of tone. So urban fantasy is sort of like pornography. You know it when you see it. And it fits tonally into its own space. It's connected to modern fantasy. It is not the same as magical realism, which is a closed genre. Only Latino and Latina writers are welcome to work in that genre. The rest of us have been politely asked to stay outside of it. It's not available to us, and that's okay. But urban fantasy is generally going to be in the present day, which is a moving target. We now have urban fantasy that was written in the 70s and 80s, but is still urban fantasy, even though it's historical urban fantasy. So it's an evolving genre. We're still kind of locking down the rules a little bit. Some of it will trend into superhero stuff. Jennifer Estep's Big Time Chronicles, Sarah Kuhn's Heroine Complex books. Some of it will trend into horror, anything by Laurel Hamilton. The sex alone is horrific. Some of it will trend even into science fiction. We had an Australian author a couple years ago that was doing a really interesting, almost cyberpunk werewolf series that was absolutely urban fantasy. And it's just so tonal.
I'm writing down Australian cyberpunk werewolf to look up later.
Yeah, I can find the author for
Yeah.
you in just a second. So I have a computer in my pocket.
Computers. I agree that it's very much a tone thing, and there's also a lot of things which fall under multiple categories. So the categories within are not necessarily mutually exclusive at all. Many times you'll have ones that blend, and there are technically, okay, this is urban fantasy, but it's also science fantasy. It's doing both. And for more long-running series, you might have a book that has more romance, for example, and then the next book might have more mystery elements in it. And so it starts doing more cross-genre across the whole, say, 14-book series.
Thank you. We've just been told the werewolf title, and it's the first one looks like it's Opalite Moon.
I don't think this is actually the first in the
Okay.
series. It's just the one where I remembered the title, but the
Got it.
author is Denise Vitola.
Cool. It's interesting you bring up superheroes, and is there a difference between superhero as it's sort of its own subgenre and urban fantasy? Because it's often doing the same kind of stuff. But that makes me think a lot about where urban fantasy fits in terms of different media adaptations. I mean, there's kind of like a clear cut, like if you're watching a science fiction television show, you kind of know there's a few kind of basic tropes it's going to have. It's either going to be in space, or it's going to have robots, or it's going to do something kind of recognizable. But there's so much that happens in speculative fiction and other media that looks a lot more like urban fantasy. Do you think there's a lot of back and forth between written urban fantasy and adaptations? I don't think we think about urban fantasy maybe as the dominant genre in film and television, but especially if we include things like superheroes, it seems like it very clearly would be.
I think that trying to draw hard lines is always going to be a fool's errand because that's not how humans work. That's not how stories work.
Mhm.
We like genres because they tell us what we're getting. If I say this is straight up an urban fantasy, again, you know it when you see it. If I say it's a cozy mystery, you know it when you see it. If I say it's a romance, there are certain rules and expectations that we will set in our heads. If you say it is an urban fantasy, you're going to expect a coherent coherent rules of magic, that the reality once set up will follow a certain set of lines, that there will be fantastic elements, and everything from there gets a little squishy. You know, we probably expect first person, and some people will only read first person urban fantasy. Some people don't care. We probably expect a plucky heroine, but that's not mandatory. Trends come and go. Everything will always squish together, though. It's more of a potluck than it is a standing family recipe.
Mhm.
Probably expect that it will probably happen in a larger city, but it doesn't have to. It can be a smaller city. It can, there are some things that are in smaller towns. It's,
Sookie
Yeah.
Stackhouse, the entirety of the Southern Vampire Mysteries.
yes,
Yeah,
That's
right.
very much rural urban
Mhm.
fantasy. And then Lucy Snyder's Shotgun Sorceress, they were set in Ohio.
So thinking about series and thinking about setting, what kind of like structural changes have you been seeing? Are you seeing, or are you excited about happening? Do you think that series are kind of the way we're going to go? Are there going to be more standalone works? Is there anything changing in maybe how we tell some of these stories in terms of the kinds of genre mashups we're doing, whether it's mystery or romance? What seems like maybe some of the things that might be developing that might need to happen that you're excited about?
I noticed in the past year, a lot of the long-running series have ended and have come to a close. So this will be interesting to see what happens in the next year or 2 or 3, just to see, because will the writer then start doing a different series, or will that be somebody else doing something? Not that they're in competition for slots, but it will be interesting to see what that causes, because these long-running series of 10 to 20 books long are coming to an end. So I have no idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes.
Any thoughts on that?
I think I'm writing 2 of the 10 to 20 book series right now, and neither of them is coming to an
Right.
end anytime soon. Thank you.
Yay!
You know, I'm kind of busy. I do think publishers are less willing to take risks on long-running series. I am the last man standing from my urban fantasy year group. There were like 10 urban fantasy debuts the year I came out. I'm the only one still publishing urban fantasy under my own name. As far as I am aware, and I could absolutely be wrong because it is very early on a Sunday, gosh only knows. But as far as I'm aware, I am the longest running urban fantasy series. I am both the longest running urban fantasy series to launch since 2009.
Okay.
That long running series, they're just not holding on anymore. And that's partially due to exhaustion. It's partially due to series coming to their natural conclusions. And it's partially due to George R.R. Martin so very publicly letting people down with not releasing the next book in his ongoing series. We think that because it's cross genre, it doesn't impact, but even people who don't read Game of Thrones are aware of how long it's been. And so when you say, here, do you want to buy this book in a series? They say, oh no, George R.R. Martin still has put out The Winds of Winter.
There's another one who's doing very similar.
Pat Rothfuss.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there is, even though while they might have dedicated urban fantasy readers who only read urban fantasy, there's a lot of cross-pollination across these genres. So even if you don't read those, high fantasy particularly,
You start to think that
You-
series authors
yes.
are unreliable.
exactly.
And that impacts sales across the board, which impacts whether or not publishers are willing to take that risk. And I know this sounds very paranoid, but this is stuff I have been told by publishers and by marketing departments, that everyone affects everybody else. I think that to a certain degree, the narrative evolution of urban fantasy has been dragged backward in a good way. We were starting to move somewhat out of the phase of this genre is primarily defined by romantic relationships. And then all the queer people went, hey, wait,
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
would like to have our 20-book epic about getting laid. Thank you. So we have pulled the genre backward a little bit into a story structure, space that the straights had already exhausted. I'm cool with that. I would like to see all the ladies getting it on with the ladies. Thank you. I've been putting it up with dudes in this position for far too long. But it does mean that we have not yet seen where our next narrative evolution is going to be, because we are using the increased diversity of our genre to run familiar story shapes with unfamiliar casts.
That's super interesting. I like that idea of things being pulled back. And it's also interesting thinking about maybe the expectation to be able to binge watch series might be lashing back on written series, which take longer to come out. You know, if people come to a TV show anymore and they expect like, I can at least watch one season start to finish if I want to, that person might be less inclined to pick up a book that I might have to wait a couple years for the next one. That's interesting.
I vaguely recall there was some model they attempted to do maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, where they tried to do the binge TV with books. And I never saw that it caught on, but I'm on a consumer side.
We had
So-
the Bible fucker books from Tor in like 2010. They weren't actually called that, but they released an urban fantasy series, one book a month. All from the same, yeah, it was, that sure is a thing that happened. And that author is now making a lot of money writing hardcore angel erotica, which good for her. I am very, very glad for her that she found something that worked. But yeah, it's a 3-book series about basically a lady banging her way through mythological figures from the Bible. Every dude in the Bible is hung like a baby's arm. There's actually a sex scene where she talks about feeling him knocking on her cervix.
Is that where that?
That's where that's from. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Sunday morning panels are great. Don't you feel great for this nice person?
This is good stuff. I'm writing down things to look up later.
Oh, yes, please read the Bible fucker
Yes.
books. Eve of Darkness, Eve of Destruction, and
Darkness,
Eve of
yeah.
Chaos by S.J. Day.
I also remember seeing an experiment, and again, I don't know what happened to it with, there were some pretty big names connected to it. Now I'm forgetting it, of bringing in multi-author series again with, you know, shared universe kind of things, which I feel like was a bigger thing maybe in the 80s and 90s and early aughts and kind of went away. But coming back to that idea, like bringing in known names to keep working in a shared universe so that you can be putting out more material.
And that is actually ongoing. They've changed their name, but that was Cereal Box Publishing.
Yes, that's what it was.
Oh.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I don't remember what they have changed. Oh, they're called Realm now.
Interesting.
And they run each season as if it were a TV show. Like they actually have a writer's room,
Yeah.
they assign things, people get their 10,000 word chunks, and they do it in a serialized fashion like it was a TV show. I have several friends that have done projects with them, and it's fun, but it hasn't gotten the traction they wanted to have.
That's interesting. So jumping back to that idea of, you know, the modern moment being, you know, a moving target. So urban fantasy is something that is constantly changing because what's modern is constantly changing. How do you think urban fantasy is or can respond to changing political realities, to things like climate change? There's this interesting thing where when you have ongoing series, you know, the writer's perspective is going to be changing as events in the world are changing as those are going on. How does urban fantasy engage with those? They're maybe different than, you know, traditional science fiction or high fantasy would. If that's a question that makes sense, and if it's not, that's okay.
I think it's a question to be unpacked.
Okay.
I think there's a certain amount, I'm going to say that there will be a certain amount of awareness to tackle certain topics because in, at least in traditional publishing, the market, how that works. Um, yeah, like Texas and the climate change in textbooks
Mhm.
comes to mind because we're not a unified country.
Yeah. I do think it partially lands on a combination of when is your series,
Yeah.
because the modern day is a moving target. My first series, the first book came out in 2009, and I locked it to a specific date.
Mhm.
It is not a year between books. So I have been
Oh.
slipping further and further into the past.
Mhm.
I think at this point, the most recent book is set in 2015, which can be a challenge for me because I have to remember what hasn't happened yet. But means I will eventually have to make a decision about Trump.
Mhm.
It may involve rhinos, I don't know yet. But some of these questions are questions for other people in that context. You also have to ask yourself, how exhausted is the author?
Mhm.
You know, a question that keeps coming up this weekend is how much are you going to deal with the COVID pandemic in the context of your modern setting, your modern set fiction? And my answer is I'm tired.
Mhm.
We are all tired of this pandemic. We're all exhausted. I'm completely exhausted. I just want to go to Disney World. I just want to ride a roller coaster and not think about it. I want my escapism. So if when I'm writing a book, I decide that, you know what, in my world, a snake ate that bat before it could get to Wuhan,
Mhm.
you know, whatever. I'm allowed to cancel the pandemic in fiction if that's what makes me happy.
Mhm.
And that's partially necessary sometimes because the real world doesn't make sense. The actual first publication of research showing that anthropogenic climate change was real came out a week before I was born. Most of the people that have been pushing the agenda to say that no, this isn't happening, have so much money that they could buy every member of my family everything we want every day for the rest of our lives, and they would still have made more money from the interest than they had spent on us. Yet they keep doing this because they want more money. It does not make sense. It is illogical. And we are in the business of making things that are logical. I have 12 editors that go over every book to make sure everything makes sense. I try writing the actual true story of what's happening right now. It does not get published.
That's wild. That's interesting.
Well, look at Zika. We had Zika a couple years ago,
Yeah.
which we thought was going to be the pandemic. Here's a disease that primarily spreads through unvaccinated, everyone's unvaccinated, but it's primarily spreads through populations in a warm area of the earth where we're holding the Olympics that year, that causes birth defects during a time when we are having big arguments of both disability rights and abortion access rights, that, you know, causes all of these long-term physiological and psychological changes in people that are infected. It sounds like social justice bullshit, the virus. I try to write that book, no one is publishing it. The real world doesn't have to make sense.
No, for sure. That's interesting.
I also want to just throw in, there's also on the receiving side exhaustion. Netflix came out with Sweet Tooth, and I watched about maybe a minute, but it had so many images of hospitals and doctors and masks and people dying of a pandemic, and I went, no, I noped right out of there. And even though it may be a fantastic show, I could not get past the first few minutes because it touched too close. Even though I'm pretty sure that the show was in development way before the pandemic happened and is based on something that was published long before the pandemic happened.
It's almost like we've been here before.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they injected some of that imagery specifically to play off of what's going on right now. But no, I mean, I think that's a fair point, the exhaustion, and maybe that if urban fantasy is, trying to do its own thing in the current setting, there almost needs to be the current thing can't be too overwhelming as like new information. It needs to be like, we're not at a consensus yet of what it means to be living in, not even post-pandemic, but mid-pandemic. And we're not even close to consensus on what it means to be living in a post-Trump or whatever that is.
I love medical dramas. They make me really happy. And every medical drama eventually comes to an end because they have cured everything. Because it's a narrative show and we want to see a question a rising action, and an answer. We want a resolution. Grey's Anatomy cured diabetes like 7 seasons ago and immediately forgot about it because they had to, because otherwise they went too hard into science fiction. And that's going to be a problem when it comes to grappling with the question of COVID and the ongoing pandemic. Is it's a problem. If you're writing about it, you want to solve it. If you solve it, you have just gone way too far into misery wish fulfillment. Why can't I live in your world? I hate my world. I want your world where I can go to Disneyland and lick people.
So thinking about medical dramas, medical thrillers, urban fantasy has a long history of being site of a lot of maps, a lot of genre crossovers, a lot of kind of like reappropriating things and thinking about new ways to use old tropes. What are some things going on recently that excite you, or things you see more people doing, or you want to see more people doing, in terms of those kind of genre cross? And maybe as a follow-up question, if that's not enough packed in there. Do you think that maybe as people are getting more familiar with that kind of genre mashup in more popular media, that there's kind of more you can do with it? Because more people are going to be like, oh, okay, it's a werewolf medical drama. I know how werewolves work and I know how medical dramas work. I can watch this show and see what you are doing without all hung up on those two things.
If you'd like a werewolf medical drama, look for Cassie Alexander's Night
Yes.
Nurse series, which are fantastic. She's a trained burn ward ICU nurse who spent almost the entire first year of the pandemic in the COVID ward. Her books are beautifully written, beautifully put together.
And I believe she has, or she's co-writing with somebody else doing another series together. It's also an urban fantasy. You.
No, I'm not the one co-writing it with
No,
her.
okay, do you know who?
I don't know who she is co-writing with.
But she's, okay, but I think they've got 5 books now, and I want to say it has dragons. in
Yeah,
it.
it's about dragons banging.
Yeah. Um, hmm,
Alexander.
Alexander.
Yay. As you're buying her books, her most recent release is called Year of the Nurse. It's wonderful, it's brutal, it's worth reading. It's an autobiographical accounting of a year spent in the COVID ward and being on the front lines of an evolving pandemic. Do not buy it thinking that you are getting a sexy nurse urban fantasy rom-com. You will be very sad and very angry at me.
I feel like that is the kind of book that you need to consume in little pieces and be able, and I'm grateful it's a book because then you could put it down for a moment, because that sounds intense.
Any other last thoughts on genre mashup stuff? Or if not, maybe I can open up to questions.
I've always just been amazed by how much, oddly, paranormal romance tends to do interesting genre mashups that then eventually I then see in urban fantasy. And so in a way, they can sort of be a precursor, because in some ways with paranormal romance, because you're following the romance and structure, and because that has such an established readership, you can get away with so much that it's like, whoa, they're vampires and romance and mystery in space. Okay. I could accept that. And then later on, you see that later come out in urban fantasy, exploring what is brought up in paranormal romance. It's interesting, the cross-pollination of genres.
That's great. I love the idea of paranormal romance and urban fantasy, which are sometimes not treated as, I mean, we use the term high fantasy, as though everything else was low, but that's really interesting to think of that as like kind of doing the work that then other places can pick up, because I think that's totally true. That's really well. I think if it's all right with you too, I will open up the floor to questions. So just as a brief reminder, questions end with a question mark. And I will look around for people. I've got one. Anybody else? All right, cool. I will start over here in the mask. I guess everyone's in a mask, in the green mask. So the question is, a lot of urban fantasy uses existing mythology or tropes. Wondering for recommendations of things that are doing really novel, new things and not so much using older traditions.
Tanya Huff's Enchantment Emporium really sets up a new system of magic. Her Summon the Keeper books do something similar. It is not the same system of magic, but is variant from anything that we have in ongoing cultural traditions. Urban fantasy really likes to play with, as was mentioned, when you say, I know what a werewolf is and I know what a medical drama is, then you start playing with how those two things fit together. Urban fantasy very frequently exists in a space of, I don't want to reinvent the vampire. I want to say it's a vampire and then let you discover what that means to me. So we are much more on established ground a lot of the time in urban fantasy. I have not read The City We Became, so I don't know.
I want to say it is urban fantasy, because to a certain degree, it is drawing on, almost wanna say bigger concepts. It's not, they're reinventing and doing, she's reinventing and doing her own thing with it. But there are echoes in there there are parallels to real world stuff. So I think, I would say it falls under urban fantasy, but if this is over here is like super urban fantasy, a vampire is a vampire, and a werewolf and a medical drama over here, she's more over here, of really pushing the boundaries of what the definition is.
Yeah, Tanya Huff, TanyahUff.
That was the Enchantment Emporium.
Mhm.
Okay. Had a question in the back? No. Okay, no worries. Any other hands out there? Yes, in the green shirt in the middle here.
I was wondering whether, sort of, I know we discussed that urban fantasy is a really broad term, but whether there's a difference for the story where all of the supernatural occurrences in the setting belong to a hidden world that most people don't know about versus, a modern story that has fantasy as just sort of a day-to-day element of the world building. Where urban fantasy requires a code of secrecy on the part of the supernatural versus, yeah, I read dinosaur to school every day and that's fine, I guess.
We usually refer to that as open versus closed urban fantasy. So Kim Harrison's Hollows is an open urban fantasy. Charlene Harris's Southern Vampire Mysteries are open urban fantasy. Everyone knows about the fantastic. I believe Harry Dresden is closed. I don't,
Closed.
yeah, okay. So anything
But,
where we're kind
yeah.
of keeping it under wraps is going to be closed. And sometimes that decision comes down to how much, again, do you want to deal with realism? I prefer closed because, one of my ongoing series deals with conservation and people killing stuff for fun, which is a thing humans like to do. And if we told humans tomorrow, hey, there's a non-zero chance the hot blonde girl next to you is not actually a person, so not murder when you take her apart, that's not going to go well.
And going back to the one that I had given the suggestion before, Borderline, interestingly, that goes from a closed world to an open midway through the series, and it's fascinating because most series either are closed or open, or you get somebody who from the outside, if it's a closed, who gets inducted in, has the world open for them. But it's rare to bring the whole world into open.
Also, if you're looking stuff up, you might look at liminal fantasy as a definition, and like looking at whether the fantastic elements are coming into our world or like a portal fantasy where some of our world's going in. All right, hands up. I see a hand over here in the Navy.
Yeah, so one of the things that I was wondering about, I was at some panel, another job, we were talking about a lot of big sister romance and stuff like that. I was trying to wrap my head around it, how is it Have you ever heard someone explain why a lot of people are drawn to werewolves?
Not in a way that's remotely complementary to the male half of the species. I mean, monster fuckers are a thing. There are a lot of people who look at Godzilla and think I could do that. Like, whatever. It's a genuine thing. Humans, if we can talk to it, we want to bang it. Since the Jack Harkness school of thought. Why does a specific person want to bang a werewolf? Well, it can be a power fantasy. It can be, I can take this untamable beast and tame him with the power of my orgasms. It can also be a matter of living in a world where you are flat out told as a child that the boy hits you because he likes you. He pulls your pigtails because he likes you. He hurts you because he likes you. Well, here is the ultimate manifestation of that. It is a boy who turns into a monster for 3 nights a week, 3 nights a month. And if he hits you, it's because he likes you. And sometimes it's just because you watched Robin Hood too many times when you were a kid and have always wanted to fuck a talking fox. There are so many routes to monster fucking, just like there are so many routes to furry. And I feel so bad for our tech team, which is back there making amazing faces behind their masks. It's accurate. Guillermo del Toro is the ultimate monster fucker. He is our king and god. That is all he wants in life, is to get railed by the Gill Man, and I appreciate that about him.
There's also a lot of the shifter paranormal romances have a concept of the perfect mate, or that you have one person and it's always meant to be, and it's down to, I don't know, smell, or your essence clicks with this other person. And I think that also is a thing that attracts certain people, that concept.
I think there's definitely a history of popular culture that peaks Del Toro getting multiple Oscars.
I know.
The Sexy Fish Man. Like, that's his storyboard for that movie is just Sexy Fish Man.
Yeah, Grinding Nemo winning the Oscar.
And it's a beautiful, it's amazing.
It's a fantastic movie. I took my mother to see that.
It's so good.
She says she understands my porn better now.
I had a question over here on the end.
I mean, The Shape of Water is kind of everybody's porn.
Do we have any other questions from this side of the room? Over here in the green. I think moving into the future is almost required because of what I was saying earlier about how fiction poses a problem and the author is genuinely expected by the audience to solve it by the end. So if I bring climate change into an urban fantasy that starts literally tomorrow,
the reader has a reasonable expectation, just based on every other experience of fiction, that they will get to the end of the book and I will have solved climate change. And I know I have a pretty high opinion of my own intelligence. I don't think I'm that smart. I would like to write a book that makes me happy, not a book that gets me excoriated for incorrectly solving climate change. But if I move 20 years into the future, I can say really smart people sat down and worked on this for 19 years, and we're lucky enough to be coming in a year after the fix, or a year after we abandoned it and decided we were all just going to die in the superstorms. Moving into the future kind of saves you a lot of pain as an author that I don't know that I'm ready to put myself through.
The only way I would, going from the idea of having to solve the problem, if you were to set it now, I would say that it would have to then, climate change would be a thing that is present, but it would be difficult to do and not have the expectation that it would be solved. If it is the book's central thing that they are engaging with, if it is backdrop, which is terrible to say that it's backdrop, if it's there, you may be able to get away with more of a, it's not going to be solved in this book. But setting it in the future allows you to have solved it. And that can give you more freedom in a way to explore that. And it's the Star Trek effect of the communicator badges and the and cell phones. Of if you set it in the future and you happen to have solved climate change, there may be a chance that this may spark something in our present day.
And I also think, just to pick up on that real quick, that yesterday in our panel about fantastic cities, we were talking about the ways that fantasy just has a different set of tools to tell stories that realistic literature doesn't. And so I think you can have novels set in today in climate change. I'm thinking of Brian Camp's novel about New Orleans, and I'm blanking on the name of it, where they're not trying to solve climate change, but you can't talk about gods and spirits and magical beings in New Orleans without talking about the levees and sea level rise, and without making that the center or making that depressing, but just it's a way to like engage with it. Other questions out there? Yes, I have one in the front and then one in the back. So start here.
Since there's a rise in solar punk, how do you feel if there's a crossover with solar punk and urban fantasy?
Question, if we didn't hear it, was we're asking about if there's a crossover between urban fantasy and solar punk. Would hope punk be fair to throw in there too?
I feel like there could be.
Yeah, I don't think there's any genre you can't cross urban fantasy over with, except possibly for the romance genres, because then you become paranormal romance very quickly. But you can do anything in urban fantasy because it is the modern world with magic. Yay. I'm not going to be writing any solar punk urban fantasy anytime soon because it is not a place that brings me joy to disassociate into for 8 hours a day. And I think that that is going to continue to guide where a lot of authors work is your bliss writing solar punk urban fantasy? If yes, then you're going to bring this genre revolution. If no, no one's going to make us do it.
And it would be unwise to try to force it.
Yeah.
Something that jumps to my mind for that is Margaret Killjoy's fantasy books. The Barrel Will Send What It May, that whole series, which are like, they're a little horrific, but they have a lot of those solar punk kind of living off the grid in kind of joyous community kind of thing going on. So that might be something to look at. A question in the back.
Going back to that open closed dilemma in urban fantasy, recently, Shaman, you had in your encrypted series, you kidnapped Iowa State University off another.
I did.
That creates an open closed dilemma in the encrypted.
It doesn't. I don't do spoilers. That is not the point of this panel, but I have a solution. The solution will come out in 3 books.
Time is fun. I like it.
Hmm. All right, questions standing in the back?
Forgive me, this is a bit off topic, but it seemed like somebody gave me a strong answer. A lot of, recently we've seen a lot of discussion about representation of people in art and media, be it film, books, comics, whatever, versus I make the art that I want to make. Where do you really stand on that whole concept of I write what I want to write versus I have to take the political correctness of how I represent men, women, completely off topic, completely on all for it. I'm curious if you might have a stronger, more solid opinion.
I think if you write the world as you actually see, experience, and move through the world, you will have more diversity than 90% of published fiction. If you are writing a world that is entirely straight, white, and male, and you're not at a summer camp for repressed Boy Scouts, you are leaving people out. Just include the people in the world around you. It is part of our job to represent the world as it is as much as we can and to make it better in fiction. There's no political correctness checklist, and people who say that there is usually have decided that their personal identity. I mentioned earlier that it is easy as a white author to think you have a right to every story. I think that we have made straight, white, cisgendered, vaguely Christian, able-bodied male the default human in fiction. And someone that has all 6 of those attributes is generic. You don't have to ask any questions about them. You don't have to wonder about any aspects of their identity. If any one of those 6 is different, if they're Jewish, if they're a woman, if they're disabled, if they're queer, if they're neurodiverse, any of that, now someone's going to go, well, why? Why? You said that she was a woman, but then you said that she had ADHD. She can't be neurodiverse and a woman. That's 2 things. You only get 1 deviation from normal. I am a neurodivergent, queer, disabled woman. I get 4, and I'm not Christian. So the only thing off that list of 6 generic attributes I can check is that I am cisgender. So really, if you're going to start saying that there's a checklist, I am so unrealistic, I can't possibly be on this panel. No, it's okay. I'm not mad. I'm just vehement when I speak. When I'm mad, you'll know. Some of the people in this room have seen me mad. I'm actually quieter when I'm mad and much more likely to actually rip your throat out with my teeth. I think that it is dishonest to present a world that is only one kind of people, unless that is the point of your world. If it's Sherry Tepper's Gate to Women's Country, where the point of the world is that it doesn't work when you get rid of all the men, or if it is N.K. Jemisin's Inheritance trilogy, where the point of the world was doing Afrocentric fantasy, that is very different. We don't need to be writing Eurocentric fantasy. We have 500 years of it.
I also just want to throw in that the more that, so setting aside the work going with the writer, the more that a writer is exposed to other kinds of more diverse storytelling, the more they're more likely to interrogate why they are only doing and representing one aspect of humanity, and they are then more likely to then write differently, because they go, wait a second, this doesn't actually, what I'm doing doesn't look like the world. It actually looks like the thing that was when I was reading these kinds of books in, say, I don't know, the 90s. And I'm just parroting what my experience was of the book that I read 20 years ago. I'm not actually depicting the world. So the more that there is more of this work that is different and more work that is intersectional and showcasing people with many of different things of the checklist that doesn't exist, the more that people will then be like, wait a second, why am I only doing one thing? Maybe I'm not doing this right.
I think we are actually about time where we need to close up. Maybe we can do some follow-up afterwards if people have time, but if you could please join in thanking our panelists, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us. Yeah. It's been a while since I've announced that loudly that we should all get railed by Godzilla on a panel, so go team me. I am the decorous dainty. Is closing ceremonies in this room?
I believe so, yes.
Cool.
They could deal with the most favorite man.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. That was great. Got a good clip.
Sorry. I bet y'all can hear me a lot better now.
Hello.
I am Dorothy Dagger. I'm the one of the founders of Creepin' at Burley, a troupe out of Indianapolis. You might have seen our show last night.
Hi, I'm Phaedra Black. I am a local Chicago burlesque producer and performer in the show last night.
And I'm Insolent Blue. I am a member of Creepin' at Burley, and I was in the show last night.
I was not in the show last night. I just ran sound, but that's also important, I think.
It's very important. You put us all together. You made this happen.
Kept our crazy mostly contained.
So if you are not here for the history of burlesque, then you are in the wrong room, all 10 of you. But I hope
you're
are
welcome
here
to
for
stay.
it. Yeah, please stay. Please listen to Scab. So we're gonna start out with drag. Does anybody know what drag is? Can you tell me kind of in your own words what it is? No? All right. Did you wanna? Playing with gender. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Very exaggerated, playing with gender. Oftentimes a lot of lip singing, dancing, sometimes putting together characters. But where did drag come from? So drag circles back to the Shakespearean time where men dressed for female roles. There weren't a lot of females allowed to participate in acting. So men wore dresses to fill those roles. And they would talk about their dresses dragging on the floor. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, it's punny. Of course it's punny. It's from Shakespeare. It's fine. Julian Eltinge is credited for being the first known drag queen. This was in like the 1930s during the Pansy craze, where many gays used secret clubs and locations for self-expression. You'll see this more later on as well. For a while, drag went underground and it wasn't as prominent, and police raids really started in, as many of you know, and we're getting better about it, but the world is not necessarily, you know, nice to those who don't follow social norms. So in the 70s, or not in the 70s, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. So once it went underground, outspoken leaders such as Flawless Sabrina had pageants where drag was celebrated. And this started happening in about right before the 60s. In the 70s, many African Americans took the movement and shaped it to be more of what it is today. You might have heard of Marsha P. Johnson. Anyone? Yeah. Marsha P. Johnson is an activist, prostitute, drag performer, and a central figure in the gay libertation movement. You might have heard of the 1969 police raid, which was what? Stonewall. So Stonewall Inn was a gay bar in New York. It's cited as being the first pride. A brick was thrown, riots incited, and it was a big movement. Marsha used female pronouns, but also referred to herself as a transvestite and queen. She was perceived as one of the most marginalized of people. She was poor, queer, black, and gender nonconforming. So she, you know, really pushed boundaries and was out there creating a difference. In her life, she engaged in a lot of prostitution and was often arrested. This is important sex work, which we'll touch on a little bit later whenever we touch. Also, trigger warning, I guess. Whenever we touch on burlesque, we'll touch on sex work just a little bit more. But Marsha was mostly homeless and battled mental illness. As if anyone came to the show last night, we kind of joked about it a little bit, but a lot of us do have mental illnesses or ailments, or we're neurodivergent, which really just helps the creativity. It's fine. So at the time of the Stonewall uprising, Marsha was only 23, and she is quoted as saying, "I was no one, nobody from Nowheresville until I became a drag queen." Would you like to talk about Sylvia Rivera?
I am not as well versed in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I just saw that you had the
But-
note, so I.
Oh, yeah, just following along.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, I'm just gonna keep talking your ear
Yeah.
off. Hope that's okay. So Marsha was really good friends with another activist named Sylvia Rivera. Sylvia fought against the Exclusion of Transgender People from Sexual Orientation Act in New York. Marcia and Sylvia like really work together. They're both cited as kind of starting the Stonewall riot. And Marcia and Sylvia together co-founded the Sweet Transvestite Action Revolutionaries, which is a group dedicated to helping homeless drag queens, gay youth, and trans women. All very important, because without trans people of color, there wouldn't be drag. That's just point blank. Like,
They
it
pushed
wouldn't
those
exist.
boundaries in the
Mhm.
beginning.
Yeah.
They pushed them heavily.
So another well-known drag queen is Divine. Divine's not a typical drag queen. So if anybody came to our show last night, you might have seen Vanity. Vanity's very eccentric, very non-conforming, very out there. Divine was kind of the same. She was a cinematic queen, not a performer queen. Which means that she starred in movies and stuff like that. So she grew up overweight and queer, and was beaten by bullies in school to the point that she'd be taken to and from school in a police car. Not great. Gay people, shouldn't be beaten up, but it's the world we live in, and we're fixing it. So at 16, they met John Walters, and life got a little bit better. After high school, Divine became a hairdresser, started dressing in drag. John Walters really took a liking and named them Divine. And they began working together, creating movies. I can't think of any of the movies off the top of my head, but Divine is the one that has like
Hairspray.
Yes. You might have seen her. She has like a really big forehead, big hair, and like really thin eyebrows. Really popular, really well known.
Are you familiar with Ursula from The Little Mermaid? That's who the character's based off
Yeah.
of. Yeah.
So the John Walters and Divine are known for trashy films, which is where Divine lives entirely. Like I said, she's not an onstage kind of person. She is known as the Godzilla of drag and has influences in RuPaul's Drag Race, and like you said, Ursula and the Little Mermaid. John Walters said Divine's legacy is that he made drag queens cool. Divine broke every rule, paving the way for cutting edge drag. Divine themselves was cutting edge. In 90s, insert RuPaul Charles. How most people know drag is through RuPaul's Drag Race. So RuPaul began as a fierce queen and later founded the show, which is a staple in today's society and has opened the door for a lot of performers. A lot of performers or people in general don't know about drag outside of RuPaul. RuPaul is very much diva drag, very expensive gowns, very elaborate makeup, nice styled wigs, whereas in local performances, it's not always that way.
It's really expensive to put together those kind of outfits, that makeup, to get a good wig, it costs you hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to style it. It is an art form. It really is to do it. And that's the big thing about it. And that's why for a lot of local performers, it is cost prohibitive to do some of those things. If you've bought a wedding dress, if you have bought an expensive gown, if you bought an expensive suit, imagine having to have several of those and do the change in, change out. That's a big expense that you're outputting for tips, because that's a lot of people who do it's tip work. And that's why, and if you're at the show, we had a tip bucket to, rhinestones are expensive.
Rhinestones, wigs, fishnets,
corsets. I mean, this is not a cheap hobby.
No. So that's a little bit on drag. Does anybody have any questions regarding drag or the movement or any of that fun jazz? No, y'all are quiet. I know it's the end of the con. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Do you wanna?
The burlesque portion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can touch on venues right after we cover burlesque, but that would be a great question for Phaedra because I am from Indy. I don't know the area, unfortunately. I just know some of the names and talent. But burlesque is different than drag. Again, if you came to the show last night, I mean, everyone kind of lost clothing, so that's not a good example. So I'm just going to touch for a second on draglesque. Draglesque is in the middle of drag and burlesque. It's a combination of the two. So as we said in the beginning, drag is very much over exaggeration, gender play. It's whatever you want it to be. It oftentimes, unless you know you're wearing a mask, people are lip singing to their songs. They're portraying a character, maybe. Draglesque is that, but also add removing of clothing, more striptease. Burlesque in general, does anyone want to tell me what burlesque is?
Or what you think it is?
Yeah.
Or what did you see last night?
Okay.
Keep talking.
Cool. So burlesque is theatrical striptease. It oftentimes is, you know, you're portraying a character or you are really like, oh, look at my hand. My hand is so beautiful. Don't you want to know what it's going to do? Oh, I'm going to touch myself. It's very drawn out, typically, not always, but exaggerated striptease. So burlesque came around in the 17th century. And it derives from the Italian word burlesco, which means joke or mockery. So in the beginning, burlesque was a lot of satire. It really developed during the Victorian era in the 17th and 18th centuries. And the earliest burlesque that really is well known hit London theaters from the 30s to the 90s. It was parodied opera, Shakespeare, and other well-known culture. They used original music or popular music of the time with rewritten lyrics. Think, what's the guy's name? Weird Al.
Yeah.
Weird Al, but you know, Victorian era. So they were ahead of their times. It was, you know,
They did a lot of social commentary. And if they didn't like something, I mean, if you were a woman and couldn't vote, how do you get your point across? So out and be, excuse the phrase, sassy as fuck and give your message. And we still do that today. I mean, and number one, you know the crowd you're playing to, but I am not gonna lie, I may have made a snarky joke about a orange brain that wasn't very well used during an act. I mean, I can say those kind of things, but that's, what are they gonna hate on me? I kind of expect that. I'm pushing a boundary. That was originally what burlesque was meant to do.
Yeah. Thank you, Insolent. So Victorian style burlesque was taken to New York in the 1840s and was popularized by Lydia Thompson's visiting troupe, the British Blondes. This troupe had a female-run production showing underdressed, attractive women mimicking patriarchs' roles. Revolutionary. Like that just it wasn't being done. It's revolutionary. It's challenging the norm, and that's really what burlesque is putting stuff out there that people might not agree with, and that's okay. You're trying to get a reaction out of people, you know. So this led to Maëlle Santley, the first American-born burlesque star. She was acclaimed for feminizing the genre with her turn in MME Rince's Female Minstrels and gave way to a wave of Black performers. In the 20th century, it turned more into striptease rather than just, you know, satire, theatrical.
Could I add a little bit
Yeah,
more
please.
to that, a little bit more detail to that part?
Yeah, please.
So what you were looking at this time was that the shows that Lydia and her British Blondes were doing were, let's say, they're very much like plays that, like, they would take a play and they would satirize it, and then also add in their political commentary, as well as they would be dressed for us, it would be conservative today, but they'd be dressed in, say, leggings that show their figure and like a corset. They would play the male characters as well as the female characters. But they were also competing against these, we'd say, like vaudeville type shows that had comedians and then minstrel shows as well. So eventually they're trying to play with kind of adding in some of these flavors into one another, the vaudeville and the burlesque. Vaudeville didn't necessarily want like the strip teasing part at first, but they would start, there's several things that happened. One was that they would start adding in like comedians to these vaudeville shows, and then some of these more satirical elements into these vaudeville shows. And then I know you're going to start getting into the World's Fair, and
you can talk all about it.
And
you probably know way more than I do.
So at about 1893, there was a Chicago World's Fair, and that is when they brought in these dancers that they were like belly dancers, but they called them hoochie coochie dancers because like the performers, such as Little Egypt is the big name that came out of there, saw that like at certain movements like grinding and like their hip circles, belly dance, like they're just hip circles. It wasn't meant to be sexualized, but here the American audience was sexualizing it. It's like getting all hot and bothered by it. But it made those shows popular. So here we have like these vaudeville shows seeing what's going on here and want to add those elements to their shows, as also like the burlesque shows are getting a little bit more, getting away from the play style and more into like little bits and pieces. So then what starts happening is pieces of clothing accidentally fall off, and we're not for sure if the first piece actually was an accident or not, but the audience loved it and it sort of stayed in the show. So that's how we started getting like the striptease element into burlesque, but it was still heavy in the parody and the comedy. But now that we have even more raunchiness influences thanks to Little Egypt and her hoochie dance, you'll also start seeing the format of having, let's see, there's like Abbott and Costello and some other famous comedic acts that came out of some of these burlesque halls because they'd still have these bits that were comedy based. They'd have the straight guy, but not like straight as in LGBTQ, but as in like serious. And then you'd have like the talking woman was a role that some would play, some burlesque artists would play. That's like, if they did well, like I think it was like something they kind of got elevated into almost. So they do little bits with them. You would also see, and unfortunately, I don't know all my dates, but something really cool is that you'd see like in New York, places like Minsky's, where you weren't allowed to have dancing naked girls, but you could have them posing like as a piece of artwork. So you would have a lot of these shows that like the Follies shows where you'd get like a lot of these showgirl influences, like the big that they'd start putting in the big feather fans and
The headdresses.
the headdresses.
And they're like, and how little can we wear, or what can we get away with?
Yes.
What is the law there? And where is it? Right here's the boundary.
Yeah.
Let's go right up to it.
Yeah.
There's my foot on it.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
We're naked, but we're just posing.
We're not
This
doing
is
anything,
art.
right?
This is art. The body is art.
Yeah.
Better not like move a foot or else you're dancing and then you could get thrown in jail. So
Don't do that hip circle.
yes. Yeah, that was the bit I wanted to add in there.
No, thank you for that.
Yeah.
That was great. So just to add, does anyone have any questions so far? I know that y'all are really quiet, but you can just like shout them out or raise your hand or anything. Yeah.
Oh,
Mozart's time, where they would take serious opera and just satirize
mm-hmm.
the costumes and exaggerate their sexual innuendos. How does that fit the genre of burlesque?
I think that actually very heavily influences that with the classical, because what you get is these things move through each other, they influence each other. If you were at the show last night, what was really interesting is if you notice, we had a host like keeping everything going, because it takes time, for example, to do the costume changes, to give, 4 to 6 minutes doesn't seem like a lot of time to take that stuff off. It takes us half an hour sometimes to get ready, because you got to get it all tied correctly, but you've got to have somebody moving that along. And that's how they kind of bleed and move into and out of each other. Obviously, we're now, drag is much more popularized now than it was 30 years ago, because we do have things like RuPaul's Drag Race. Well, was drag going on then? Yes, absolutely. I don't think it was as mainstream because it was not easily acceptable to the masses. So they heavily influence each other. And then that satire goes into the burlesque troops and everything, because you start to look at it and go, how can we take this another step? How can we push that boundary just a little bit further? Where is that? And that, starts coming into things like blue laws and those kind of things. Where is here's our line. Wait, there's my foot right up on it. How do I step over it? Can I push that boundary? That's what a lot of both drag and burlesque performers, we do. We tend to push that boundary quite a bit.
Yeah. And I would say more to your specific inquiry of those operas that were satirical, US really didn't have, as far as I know, didn't have a lot of that until Lydia and her British blondes came from London to New York. So I would imagine they were heavily influenced by that, because what they were bringing over was, instead of like a opera that was satirical, they were bringing over like more straight plays that were musical. Although they did have, from what I know, they do have musical elements to them as well. So
Yeah, great question. Does anyone else have any questions before we trudge on? Yeah.
Good resources that you use in the process of finding out what information, good books to read, places to visit?
I did this research a while ago. I don't have a good answer for that, but I think Phaedra does.
So the book that I got the history from, and this is from like when Lydia and the British Blondes came to New York on, it's a book called Horrible Prettiness. And it's really cool because it goes into depth, like what they went through. Like it even talks about some of their tours that they made. There is a story, and hopefully I'll get like at least the fun details right. But there was, when they were in Chicago, there was a critic of there at one of their shows, didn't really like what he saw, so he was very harsh in their critique. At some point, Lydia and her partner, and I forget her partner's name, he was behind the scenes, but they found this critic and they like pulled down his pants and started spanking him in the middle of everything. They got arrested for that, but you know, it's just such a goofy story. And so there's a lot of stories like that, and it gets a little bit more into the details of the intermingling of the vaudeville worlds and the minstrel worlds, and then the intermingling of the World's Fair. So yeah, again, the book is called Horrible Prettiness. But there's also other books that are a more, I guess, modern take on the history. We were talking about it earlier. What's the Weldon's book's name again? The Burlesque Handbook.
The Burlesque Handbook. That
Yes.
was, yeah, that's the one that I started with. And that's like here, if you're interested, here is a staple of something to read and go back to, and even takes you through like how to do a routine and what are the elements and what should you look for. And so it's a really great, and I don't want to say it's a 101 kind of instructive, but it gives you a combination of the history and how to do it. And it gives you some resource material at this time. So yeah.
Hey, great questions. We
Ooh.
like questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have another one. If you ever go to Las Vegas, there is a museum called the Burlesque Hall of Fame Museum. And it more so takes on the history from, like, say, maybe 1920s, 1930s. Yeah, to like where modern burlesque with the striptease really like began to grow up into like modern burlesque.
That was a great transition, and we didn't even plan it. So we talked about how striptease came to be. That really came out in like the 1920s. By the 30s, striptease was normalized by performers such as Josephine Baker, Sally Rand, Gypsy Rose Lee. Yes, I don't remember what I said first, but it was wrong. By 30, that was in the 30s. And then in the 50s and 70s, burlesque saw a decline. But in the 90s, there was a resurgence with neo-burlesque. So there are a bunch of different types of burlesque. There's something for literally everybody, unless you just don't like seeing burlesque, and that's sad. So there's classical burlesque, which you'll see with like the feather fans, the headdresses, the beautiful panel skirts. There's neo-burlesque, which is more not as much feathers and boas, but more like I'm gonna be
contemporary music, usually more contemporary characters. Although, you know, sometimes it's a play on that, like a classic character trope with modern music or vice versa.
Thank you. I was freezing.
Yeah.
Clearly, I need to drink more coffee.
So, sometimes it's hard to describe what neo burlesque is. It because it's very fluid.
And it can definitely go into some of the classical burlesque and some of the nerdlesque. And it's like what makes it this piece. And the easiest thing sometimes I think to do is to look. It's very much a find it. You'll know it when you see it.
Yeah. So, and then nerdlesque is, you know, dressing up as characters from different fandoms, stuff like that, like this pork here. So some of the popular people nowadays are Dita Von Teese. You've heard of her. She has like a great, you know,
Vegas
wine
show.
glass routine. Dirty Martini with the puppet. Perle Noir. I don't have a good act for that one.
Just a huge ball of amazement and gorgeousness and positivity. You should just look her up.
Yeah, honestly. And she teaches classes too.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's great. Derailing. So Josephine Baker was one of the most notable of these performers. She was born in 1906 to entertain her parents, and she was often brought on stage during their shows. Her parents' career never took off, so Josephine worked odd jobs to survive, and that included dancing in the streets for money. She joined an African-American theater troupe and danced in vaudeville shows. Later, she moved to New York, participating in the Harlem Renaissance and celebration of Black life and art. Remember when I said people of color are the reason that we're here, that we can do what we do? Josephine Baker was one of those people. Later on, she moved to Paris and followed African-American themes and styles in her dance. She's most well known for Danse Sauvage, where she danced in a banana skirt. Later on, when World War II came, she joined the fight, but not in, your typical. She would perform in front of the enemy and reported back to French officials. Pretty badass.
Mhm.
Like when we say it's political, it's not just political on stage. People are like putting their lives up for it. Post-war, Baker came back to the US to confront segregation and discrimination. Today, burlesque is kind of whatever you want it to be. I know I jumped from World War II to today, but we also covered a lot of other things in there. Are there any other big points that you want to cover in that time jump that I just did?
Well, I mean, we were talking a little bit about how it started gaining the modern version of burlesque started gaining popularity in like the 20s, the 30s, and was pretty big in the 50s and 60s, but kind of died off like about 70s ish. A lot of what happened was that I think what you'll see is, if you look at the timeline, is about 70s ish. You're starting to look into like more and more people getting TV. So they're staying in more for entertainment and not going out as much.
They're getting away from the live shows.
Yes. And somewhere in there, there's kind of a split. And this is kind of starting to edge into like how like sex work is. What we do is not sex work, but we are bearing our bodies, and we see that there's a split where we start getting more of the club strippers, the kind that we'll say are a little bit more intimate with their audience.
See, I think that's a great point that you said that, because some burlesque people think that it is sex work and some don't. Like I consider it sex work.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, but everybody's different. It's that fine line.
Yeah, I think for me, yeah, exactly. Like, I think they're my feeling is that they're related, but because I have that personal space between me and the audience, and I think it's more so I don't want to take anything away from the struggles of people that are in sex work, because a lot of people get into that because they are either in a marginalized community or they are, there's a lot of various.
Lots of reasons.
Yeah.
Whether
most of them are socioeconomic. It is a good way to make good money if you're good at what you do, and it doesn't depend on your size or anything else. There's something for everybody, and I think that's where it gets really interesting, because with burlesque, there is very typically, like what we did last night was much more, a little bit more traditional. There was very little audience play, and what I mean by that is, there was, because of COVID, and it's been interesting, people are masked up. We don't get out into the audience the way it was in the before times.
Niddy's right here.
Yes.
They'll come for you.
I do. We actually, one of the performers in our area is a sex worker as well.
Mhm.
And I've watched them perform as a burlesque dancer. And they were actually kicked out of a troupe because they were told they were too much of a strip club-like dancer. And I've seen them at conventions. They're amazing. Their work with the audience is different than, say, a traditional
Mhm.
dancer. And that's where you start really, again, pushing those lines. Where can I go with this? And that's why the difference is too with that at previous shows, we would have consent bracelets. Who can we interact? Consent can be revoked at any time. And that's, again, that goes into some of the other aspects of this.
And like I said, it varies from performer to performer, which I'm
Mhm.
really glad that you brought it up
Yeah.
and said how you feel, because it very much is on a spectrum.
Mhm.
And there are people that don't want to take away from it, and then there are
Mhm.
other people that do, like, your traditional sex work, where it's OnlyFans or porn or
Strip club.
strip clubs,
Yeah.
what have you. And I lost my train of thought. It just went
Yeah.
away. But with that, does anyone have any questions right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I have to admit, I'm a little confused because I'm hearing the distinction between what happens in gentlemen's club and what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know where that line is.
So oftentimes club dancing is much more interactive. In both senses, you're removing clothes as striptease.
Mhm.
But in a club setting, it is very much you're there to please the customers. Whereas in burlesque, you might pull out a routine that will emit a lot of feeling, but it's not necessarily to be sexy. Whereas in a club, the general overall arching feeling is to be sexy. Does that?
And just for my 2 cents on it, they're related. They came from the same place, right? And at the end of the day, most burlesque artists are taking off their clothes. We are taking clothes off. So, I mean, and it's kind of funny because there are some burlesquers that are like, oh, I'm not a stripper. Like, well, I mean, we're doing pretty close to what they're doing. I think the big difference is most of what we're doing as burlesque artists, it's more, I don't want to necessarily say it's more theatrical, but I think it's
a
how we
little more
work. Yeah.
planned.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if I'd say more planned, but I think in gentlemen's clubs, you're going to have more like lap dances. You're going to have, it's a sales job. That's it. It's more of a sales job.
The thing is yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I may get titillated doing this. It may not be for anybody else. So I am not going up and grinding up on somebody at this point. The other side too is when I first got into this, I'm like, I don't want anybody touching me. It was a big boundaries are a thing. I don't want somebody grabbing my ass or anything. I don't want that. I do know of strippers that happens to all the time, or this is something that they have, that they feel like they have to do and tolerate in order to make their money. At this point, you grab my ass, I'm gonna smack you across the face. That could become part of my routine too. I might have a plant in the audience for that. We're not gonna lie, we plant people all the time. I've actually, to give you an idea, I've been at Dorothy's shows before. Creeping Up Burley was a thing. And it turned out it was a coffee shop show. It was really cool. I knew all the dancers. I wasn't performing. I was there. They all saw me. They're like, we know who to go harass, who will not touch us. And it goes back to consent a lot of times. And what you're comfortable doing. This was an intimate setting. You're getting close to each other. Who's touching me? Who's not? And it's a fine line. And I think that's the biggest thing between strippers and burlesque dancers. I'm not going to say we have more control, but we're sure as hell not afraid of putting in your place in a show setting if we get uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think it's expectation. Like if you go into a burlesque show, the expectation is getting more of a show, whereas the strip club, the expectation is that you are there to get aroused.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't go, or you're going to interact differently. Cause I mean, I also don't want to make any assumptions because, yeah.
Yes.
2 seconds.
Mhm.
I just want to add on to that real fast that we are not punishing those who like work in clubs at all, because like we said, we are very much related and it's very important work.
I very much respect those people that can get over that personal space bubble.
Let me just real quick
Yeah,
story,
sorry.
and then we will get to your question. Once upon y'all are gonna laugh, or at least I hope you're gonna laugh because you've been really quiet. So once upon a time, I was like, I'm gonna go be a club dancer because I really want to. And you in Indiana, you are supposed to wear pleasers, which are like platform heels, which have the big heels on them. I went to tryouts without having walked in them a lot, and I could not get up from the pole. So, like, all respect to those who do it. And
My
there were
ankles like me too well.
Nitty.
I wanted to know a little bit more about terminology. When it comes to that, is this a club act versus burlesque theater act? In like my theater history, it's the breaking of the fourth wall.
Very much so. That's a great way to put it.
You're not breaking the fourth wall, won't necessarily engage with the audience, but if you are breaking the fourth wall, some of the things that your stage setup doesn't apply. You break that concept.
But sometimes we do break the fourth wall. Yeah.
Is there any cool terminology from the drag burlesque?
That I don't know.
Did you have a comment on that, or you just have another question?
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah, I call it theatrical striptease. Yeah, very
same.
One of the
very
things
similar.
I've noticed, we have a couple performers who are amazing. They can I fuck you. Like literally, that is what the term is. I've watched them do it and I'm like, how do you do that? Because that's a level of discomfort for people. It can be a discomfort for me as a performer to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the thing is
because that's an intent. Like it's hard.
intense.
It's hard and intimate to like give someone that intense amount of eye contact. Yeah, I can make quick eye contact with all of you, but it'd be
To really single someone
it
out.
starts. It can make you don't know how much it can make the other
Party uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, this is where plants are great. But we have, that's the thing about being in some of these communities. I've watched Max Maneater is phenomenal and does this look up and down. You're like, I may have been fully clothed, but I don't feel it anymore. And the way they do it is, and it's never disrespectful. And that is an art form to be able to do that. But that, yeah, we talk, it is literally, they call it an eye fuck is what they do. Cause I have stripped you up and down. I like what I see and I'm all good with this.
And everyone's different. Like
Yeah.
I can't do that. I start giggling. I'm really awkward. I did not perform last night, but there are some videos on YouTube where I'm just like, I have to be like silly or whatever. I can't be like, oh, hey, you're real sexy. I like that. I like, even now I am just like, I'm blushing and I'm like, I can't.
Dorothy has a really cool staple gun routine where it goes out to the audience and offers to let them staple money onto them. That's a different type of level. I mean, that's an interaction breaking the fourth wall though very much.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I don't really bleed from them too much. I use small staples so they don't, hit veins or anything.
So you know where to staple. It's not going to.
Yeah. Mostly.
Offers an area.
I let people kind of choose, and if it's like an iffy area, it's normally a place with more meat. So like whatever this
Arms.
is, my bicep, is that bicep?
That's the bicep.
Okay. Yeah.
It has some.
Yeah, so do you mind if I demonstrate on you?
Yeah.
So with my staple gun, you really have to like push it in, whenever you pull the trigger. So you have to like put some force behind it. It's not like an automatic staple gun or anything that's gonna destroy my skin.
Well, and here's the adrenaline.
Yeah, the adrenaline, the adrenaline's a big thing. It doesn't really hurt.
We get backstage and have to pull everything off. and
No,
clean them
even
up.
then, it's like really easy. Actually, I probably need bigger staples because the money falls off sometimes. But
Which is actually an act all up to itself. It keeps our kittens busy.
To answer your question, I don't really bleed a whole bunch because they're like the staples are only like that long. So there'll be a couple dots of blood. It looks like vampire marks whenever I take them out. I actually impaled my leg last year on stage and got a tetanus shot. So I'm good. I'm good for the next 10 years.
Actually, I've helped clean Dorothy up afterwards, and we have alcohol and we clean up. I mean, because money is dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a question or comment or?
Question, comment,
Oh,
concern.
you were just, okay, sorry. I just saw a movement and I got excited. I was like, you guys are talking to us now.
But I think something that you're demonstrating though is by talking about stapling is that's like elements of sideshow. So we're looking at, we're looking like in modern day how burlesque is changing. We're getting influenced, like that's how we got burlesque. And now you'll also see a lot of sideshow performers that do burlesque that start learning tricks from sideshow performers. On top of, you'll also see classically trained dancers, such as Heather and Lace that was here last night. They were doing points on like a traditional ballet move on the stage. So it's like we're making history. History is always evolving, and we're making it because we are now finding other art forms to intermingle with it. So who knows what burlesque is going to be in 10 or 20 years.
Yeah. Sorry, my phone's on do not disturb, but it like popped up anyway. I just want to touch on sideshow real fast because I think it's so cool. So just to touch on that, there are some performers that like will swallow swords while stripping or fire play. Yeah, it's there are a lot, not a lot, but there are a few people that do it really good. I'm trying Mur Embry out of Kentucky does it. Do you know of any local?
Yes. Sally Marvel, who is out of Chicago, is a burlesque performer who does sideshow and sword swallowing. I think she is one of only a very few female sword swallowers that are actively performing. She performs at Bordel, which is on Division Street in Chicago on a regular basis. She produces a show there, so you'd see her quite a bit there. So, Martika.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's actually that's all like done. There are different performers that apply to be in those shows. And then they pick them. So I don't know all of the performers there, but that's really great that you do. I'm excited about that because sideshow is awesome. So we are about out of time limit. We have time for like one more question.
Well, we have the venue question from earlier.
Oh, the venue question.
And since we and since I just
thank you for remembering.
Yeah. So I would also suggest checking out Newport Theater in Chicago. It's in Wrigleyville. It's always busy with, if it's not burlesque, it's another fringe art going on. So belly dance, comedians. But if you want like the most variety in burlesque. In Chicago, that's where I would go. But the Drifter is also a really great place to see burlesque. And Room 13 at the Old Chicago Inn. Those are places I highly recommend checking out. But also just follow your favorite burlesque artist, and we're looking for new venues all the time.
In Indianapolis, there are a few places. So like we have homes at Did Fit Studio, which is a pole aerial art studio, and then at the Melody Inn, which is one of the oldest bars in Indy. There's also the White Rabbit Cabaret, which is really well known for its burlesque. That's like more classical burlesque there. And then just little bits here and there.
Black Circle
Oh,
Brewery
Black Circle
does
for
a lot
drag.
of drag work. A lot of times social media, if you're curious about something, go check social media. That's where you can find a lot of information. The newest shows will pop up there. Yeah, the thing is, we have a lot of friends who are performing, and the thing is, we have to do, like, we're from Indianapolis, we traveled up here. We have friends that travel all over. We meet new performers, and it's not a huge community. It is getting bigger, but this is how we're like, I know I've performed with this person, or you ought to go check out this. And that's how we learn a lot, is through social media, I think.
Social media. But with that, we are out of time. We want to thank you all for coming. If you have any questions, we can meet you out in the hallway. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking care of us too. Normally I'm the person.
Perhaps we should. Excuse? Oh, yeah, well, I will. I don't get it. Once you make sure.
Of course, I'll get out to you later. Thank you so much. Yeah. Of course. But I want to get this out.
Sit in the back, I have good hearing, 95% of my hearing, I'm second. But I just don't like nothing in front of me, you know, like my kids and somebody tall, like, you know. Same thing like. I'll make sure that's the campus. That way, it's either up a little bit, and if somebody's in front of me, and it's not people jam like this. You know, those notes out. So, some of the lyrics you're talking about, it's great. And so it's like seeing that it's not like this, you know. So here's the seat here, and it's supposed to be like a wheelchair, but it has those things. There's one of those things. But there we are. Deep enough to understand that. It's like, this is something that's when you watch a movie and like, no matter if it's a thriller, we often say kind of like static in a section.
Hey, we're just going to give it a second here, folks. We're moving at officially Windycon o'clock, so we're all at that nice little mosey. So we'll let people congregate, then we'll get this show on the road, okay? All right. Just once again, folks, we're keeping it pretty chill for closing, so we're just going to give people a few minutes to congregate. Just come in, find a seat, and once we see the requisite number of guests of honor in the room, we will begin. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm so sorry. I know how expensive these things are, really. A little too casual there. A little casual. You're going to drop the mic if you own it yourself. Yeah, I did. Okay. I think at this point we pretty much got everybody that who would like to come to closing here at closing. So we will get underway. Before we begin, I do want to just address a complaint that we had that came up last night. So if you give me a moment to read an apology to all of you that I've prepared. I would like to offer my most sincere apology for not warning of the more risque content of the Burlesque show on Saturday night. Windycon as a convention fully believes in the freedom of artistic expression, but as the convention chair it is ultimately my duty to the membership to vet the contents of our programming and provide content disclaimers and warnings to allow all attendees to make a fully informed decision as to what content they would like to view. I failed to live up to my duty last night, and I accept full responsibility for my error. Windycon and ISFIC does not tolerate any kind of sexual harassment or violence at our events, and we will double down on that responsibility to our participants in our actions at future events. And I apologize for that oversight on my end. But now, oh, thank you. Windycon. Eh? Eh? We did it. We had to take a year off. We did a BreezyCon, to weather the bad times, but after a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and some booze, we made it. So let's reminisce over some of the fun times that we had this weekend. A lot of really great concerts, right? One from the man, Bill Roper, in the back. And our musical guest, Shannon McGuire. And of course, all the wonderful music that was going on in the music room. So we had the burlesque show on Saturday night, Creeping at Burley. We had a ton of very fun panels. Let me just ask you all, what were some panels that you enjoyed? Just raise a hand. Raise a hand. Yes. I'm glad that you brought that up. So yes, Ada did a wonderful panel. So everything that was in main programming was live streamed on YouTube, and we should have VODs there. In addition, all the other panel rooms, we've attempted to record them. We have them on cloud storage on Zoom. There were some technical difficulties, so I don't know that we got all the panels. But we're going to try and get as much as we can and get those VODs uploaded to our Windycon YouTube channel. So you can just go to YouTube and look at Windycon, and it'll all be there. Got a couple more. Yes.
I live right in that camp, and I just cannot wait to be a volunteer for that.
Oh yeah, ShyCon 8 is going to be crazy. So you all know, Worldcon, biggest sci-fi con in the world, travels all around the world, is in Chicago next year. I'm actually signed up to help with anime programming, so I'll be right with you there volunteering. It's going to be a great time. I'm glad they were able to give all that information to everyone. So yeah, ShyCon, you're going to love it. I'll take one more. Anyone? Oh, Blinkies, let me tell you. So come up, let's see that real quick. Let's see that real quick. If you had the chance to go to the Blinkies. And of course the ChiCon 8 Blinky badge. Ah, fantastic. Fantastic. Yes. And thank you so much. We also had a lot of games over gaming room, a lot of good stuff going on there. I heard that they had mini paint to paint and a lot of board games to play. So great fun was had by all, I heard. Had a chance to finally go up to the radio room. I believe they made over 200 contacts over this weekend. So that's fantastic, phenomenal. Great food in the con suite. Right? Thank you for that. So yes, a fantastic time was had by all. But now it's time to thank our guest of honor who took time to come out, took the risk to come out to a convention nowadays while we're still recovering from the pandemic in order to give of their time and their knowledge and just ensure that we could have a good time, I guess. I'm not a public talker. I'm a writer. I don't know why they put me up here. All right, that's okay though. Let's keep going. So I want to just go through the list and thank each of our guests on there. So first, I would like to call up our a magnificent author, a guest of honor, Carlos Hernandez.
I told you in opening ceremonies that one of the things I was looking forward to was just the wide berth of ideas that we could encounter here. And I was not disappointed. There was so much energy here, so many great panels that I attended, had a great time reading my own fiction and demonstrating our game. And it was just fantastic. So thank you for reintroducing me to the reason why I love cons.
Now we have the magnificent artist guest of honor. You all know him way too well. Ray Van Tilburg. I see that Ray is headed off to the bar early because he was smart. Okay, so he's not at the bar. He's doing t-shirts. Y'all get any of his t-shirts? You gotta get this t-shirt. It's up. Yes! He has an... That's right. He has his Etsy store. Make sure to look for it. We'll get it up on the Facebook and our social media so you can find it and get that shirt. Support his Etsy store. Next, we have our science/maker guest, Elizabeth Kopruchki. I always get that last name so wrong. Please yell at me when you get up here. But Elizabeth Kopruchki.
Hello, and sometimes Kaprocki is correct, or in the Polish, or Kapruki. Thank you all for having me out here. It was a lot of fun. This is actually not my first convention, but definitely my first Windycon. Super excited to geek out with all y'all, talk about space robots, talk about making things, writing, all kinds of good stuff. So thank you, and I hope you all enjoyed. I certainly did.
All right, next up we have a gaming guest of honor, Kenneth Height.
Hi, at my guest of honor panel, I compared being the gaming guest of honor at a science fiction convention to being the architecture guest of honor at a film festival. So I want to thank everyone for making me the most welcome any film festival has ever made an architecture guest of honor. Special shout out to Carlos for being the gaming and guest of honor. I saw what you did. And thanks to everyone who came to the panels, and thanks to Windycon for inviting me. And again, to Aaron Comans for inviting me to the lost Windycon that we will never hear about again.
All right, next up, we have our lovely poetry guest of honor, C.S.E. Cooney.
Thank you so much. The last time I was at a WindyCon was with my mentor, Gene Wolfe. And this WindyCon, there was a memorial for Phyllis Eisenstein, who was my teacher at Columbia. I have gotten to remember dear friends and meet with dear friends, meet new friends, hear wonderful writers, poets, and musicians. And I'm very grateful. I'm grateful to all of you. Thank you.
I feel like I'm going through this too fast, but see how we go. Because Ada, we'll get to Ada in a second, but she obviously came in over Zoom, and I was just emailing her before this, and she said, I had another meeting, but they let me, I have a little bit of time, so I can probably hop on the Zoom at like 3:30, 3:45-ish, and we're only at like 3:15, so I don't know, we might have to just have like a question and A just to eat time after all this. We'll see how that goes. Tell jokes. Why did the chicken cross the road? That's right. That's it. Banana. You read my mind. I don't know how you. Yeah. Oh no, it's a White Wolf system, so it's points. All right. All right, hold on. We got a few more guests. We got a few more guests before I have to buy for time. Next, I want to introduce our cosplay guest of honor, Alex Galactic Elephant
the Michael.
Guys, I want to say thank you very much for all of you guys having me here. It's been a blast. This is not my first Windycon. Hopefully, it's not my last Windycon, but it is my first and hopefully last guest of honor Windycon. No, I'm kidding. You guys are great. I had a wonderful time. I hope you guys enjoyed the costumes I had on display in art show. Hope you guys got to see me stomping around in the Space Marine. I did have a chance to talk some space and some elephants and some cosplay shop, some people in the hallway. It was a wonderful time. I can't wait for next year, guys. I hope we go on to bigger and better things and even greater and more fun things. So thank you very much.
Spoken like a true polymath. And next up, a woman who really requires no announcement because you will hear all the way down the hall because her personality fills up every room that she comes into. The person who I aspire to be as sassy as when I grow up, our music guest of honor, Sonnen McGuire.
So we're supposed to be telling jokes. It's brown and sticky. A stick. What do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick. What kind of car does a dryad drive? A stick. What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick. At least it rhymes. Thank you all for having me back and for giving us an excuse to get the band back together. Yeah. We will pretty much, I think, the same exact lineup be getting back together at DisCon next month. So this was really good for us. But I appreciate y'all. You are splendid. It's lovely to see Windycon again. It's lovely to be back in Chicago. I don't think I've gone this long in my adult life without stopping over in Chicago. So thank you for welcoming me home. And thank you for holding your convention in a parking lot with a Target. My God. Every time I come to Windycon, I get excited about the Target all over again. I forget about it and then it's there. Like a beautiful beacon of Diet Dr. Pepper and antacids. Both of which I'm gonna need to not kill you all. So thank you all. Have a wonderful year. I hope we get to see each other again sometime.
And of course, we have to talk about our Toastmaster, Ada Palmer, who was still able to attend the event virtually. The first time I believe that we've ever done that at Windycon. I really appreciate her dealing with the technical difficulties and still being willing to give up her time to get the convention through the ether. So hopefully we'll see her in a bit, but let's get a round of applause for Ada Palmer. Get back to my notes. Because we have to talk about our charity for this year, Strays. Did you get the dogs? Did you see our official Paws guest of honor, Buttercup? She's adorable. But I am proud to announce that the art auction last night was able to raise $112 for Strays. The check has gone right into the deposit box. I saw that they are able to collect a lot of money up front, so I want to thank all of you for being able to support such a great cause. And I'd like to invite Strays to come up and say a few words.
Yeah. Stay close. I've had so much fun in my life. I really, Buttercup had a great time. She didn't even get tired. I mean, we went home, fell asleep, not her. I hope you all had a chance to meet Chewy today. Yes. Our Chewbacca dog. And I can't tell you how much fun we've had, how much we've enjoyed ourselves, how friendly everybody is. It's just incredible. Now, if we could just get away from the masks. Yeah. But I really can't thank you enough. You've been so kind and so generous, and and it's just been so much fun. And you have a beautiful group here.
Thank you.
Yes, it's just incredible. I wish I'd had more time to run around. So did Buttercup. Thank you so much.
I'll say it, I said it before and I'll say it again. It was truly an honor to be able to support your cause, and I want to thank you for allowing us to support you. So once again, let's hear it for Strays. Doing the good work. So, like I told you all at opening, I'm the least important person here. All the people on the COMCOM, all of our staff, all of our volunteers have put in endless nights, stressful nights for over a year, planning this convention, going to virtual, flipping to in-person, flipping back to virtual, flipping to in-person again, late nights, emails, Discords, Zooms. Oh, it was a whole thing, let me tell you. So I just want to, again, give a round of applause for all of the COMCOM, all of the staff, and all of the volunteers that helped put in the time to make sure Windycon happened this year. And there's a few special shout outs that I need to make for people who helped make Windycon happen this year. First, I want to shout out both our con suite and green room, who had to make a lot of adaptations on the fly to make sure that everybody was fed, both all the attendees and all the staff really changing their workflow on the go to make sure that everybody was fed. So thank you to them. I want to thank our programming department, which was really one man, Brendan Detzner, who you see standing by that laptop back there, for basically putting together this wonderful program that you've all enjoyed this evening. This is, I believe, his first on the staffing, so we kind of tossed him into the deep end, and he performed more than admirably. So thank you to programming, and thank you to programming ops for supporting him. Together, they kind of did this weird hybrid thing, and they just made it all happen. And I just plugged in cables. So thank you to programming and programming ops. And most of all, I need to thank the entire logistics team, who have metamorphed into this weird, like, amazing, like, amalgam of every other department in the convention that hasn't been filled. Do you all have beer this year? Do you all see the beer? You know how that happened? I was told that logistics was at a bar and they said, yeah, I can do this. I can do this. Pulled out some laptops, 4 hours, all knocked out their basket training, and we're handing out beers right at the next day. Logistics literally saved the ass of this convention. Let's give them a hearty round of applause. What other random scraps of paper do I have to? Oh, wait, oh, there's important things I need to tell you here. Let's talk about the art show winners. Everybody wants to know who won the art show. It was fantastic. I stepped in there a little bit. It was really cool looking. So let's go for a best 3D non-jewelry to Sarah Laughlin. Did I pronounce that? Laughlin. Sarah Laughlin. Best 3D non-jewelry. Let's get a round of applause, please. And best jewelry goes out to Kathy. No, it was for dramatic effect, but thank you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. You're good. You're good. You're fine. I'll be the embarrassed one. Oh God, why? Why did I do that? Why did I embarrass you like that? Oh, geez. But yes, Kathy Huddleston, best jewelry. Next, oh, it looks like we have a sweep here. Best 2D monochrome, best 2D color, And Best in Show goes to, drum roll please, Ray Vantilburg. Yeah, it's still during shirts. That's okay. It's okay. We'll get them. So just another shout out again, all of our Windycon 2021 art show winners. Let's see, what other scraps of paper have they handed me and things that I forget? Oh, somebody asked how many people we had this year. I believe last time I checked, and that was last evening, we were at 748, which is, yeah, given what we were projecting this year, that is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Do I have any more random scraps of paper? No? No. All right. So I guess you all want to hear if we made enough money to be able to do Windycon again next year. I am sorry to announce that John Donnett's going to have to run Windycon next year because I ain't doing it. Where's John? Where is John? Meet your chair for Windycon 48 in 2022.
Thanks, buddy.
John Donnett.
Hi, guys. As Evan said, yes, we are going to do Windycon 48 in 2022. The dates are the second weekend in November, 11th through the 13th. We are back here at the Westin. 16th year, believe it or not. I couldn't, Vlad told me that, I'm like, whoa. Yes.
Those low prices.
Yes. Okay. I've got a theme. It's shattering glass ceiling. We were looking through the glass ceiling, and my youngest daughter said, no, 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 no. We're not window shopping anymore. We're shattering things. So we don't have a guest list yet. As soon as we do, it'll be published in every form we can possibly do. Other than that, I'm honored to do this. I've done a lot of other things at Windycon over the years, kind of ducked out of being chair, but it was the year. So I'll take over from Evan. Thank you, Evan. And we'll see you next year.
Thank you so much, John. Sucker. I did my too. I'll tell you that right now. So, what time is it? Do I still need to kill time for Ada? Okay, like 15 minutes. Okay. I guess at this point, I can open up to any questions, comments, concerns, complaints, feedback, if anybody has any right now. Yes.
At opening ceremonies, they ask the guests of honor two things. We answer the first one at opening. If not, answer the second one.
You are correct. Come on up, start it up for us. Just remind us what the question was.
The first question was something about food that we really liked from the pandemic, something we learned about food, or something we learned to cook. The second thing was something we just in general learned, right? That's what it was? Yeah, okay. He reminded me like 5 minutes ago. Or enjoyed, yes, the thing you enjoyed. I learned and enjoyed the fact that if you just start building a 7-foot tall space marine in your kitchen, your wife has a chance to not say no. Again, proving better to ask forgiveness than seek permission.
That's right. Thank you guys very much.
Oh, we didn't have any official parties. Were there parties this year? I don't know. Did we have parties? There was one? Okay. Cap had the best party this year. Let's hear it for Cap. Yeah. All right, let's get some of our other guests because I know they have to leave soon. Carlos?
So one thing that I really enjoyed this isn't a funny answer, it's just something I really enjoyed. So I don't know if you've heard of the genre of role-playing game called the solo journaling RPG, but I played 1,000-Year-Old Vampire, and it is like one of the best things I've put in my head in like the last 5 years. Strongly recommend it. You play it by yourself. You need a 10-sided die and a 6-sided die. but it is an absolute great experience for anyone who loves anything in vampires. So seriously, like even if you're not a writer, don't need to be a writer, you will write something super creative in vampire if you do that. So journaling RPGs.
So much. Ms. Cooney?
I used to run open mics monthly at the bookstore, the used bookstore I used to work at a million years ago. And I noticed when a lot of book launches and book readings went virtual, I noticed people seemed to be struggling. They didn't know how to do that. And I thought, I know how to do that. I'd forgotten that I'd known how to do that. So I hosted events with a lot of writers and poets throughout the pandemic, and it was a pleasure to remember that that I can organize and host in a way that has value right now. So,
Elizabeth?
So this January, like a number of people, I got into sea shanties. And after that, after seeing Shanty Talk, I found a playlist of an introduction to sea shanties. And then I found people who did virtual shanty sings. There's a number of them, but the ones I do are done by the South Street Seaport Museum in New York. And then I found out that the Chicago shanty sings were coming back when we could do it safely outdoors. So that's what I've been doing like once a month, singing sea shanties and maritime songs.
So did I just hear Sea Shanty Panel 2022? 10? Oh, yeah, what? Oh, no, this is guest. We'll get you in a second. I'm sorry, sir. I just wanted to get special guests. Oh, yeah, we're just getting this one question for all the special guests that was from opening, and then I'll get you. You're the first one after this. I promise you.
So Carlos came up, and of course, he recommended a role-playing game. I'm just going to hold this copy of Sylvia Moreno Garcia's Mexican Gothic while I talk about the thing that I discovered, which is a fire pit. It turns out you can get those like just at a Menards or whatever, and your wife says, "Put a fire pit in the backyard and stop bothering me," for example. I mean, your wife might not have said that. I know wives do. And it turns out you can start a fire in your fire pit. You can drink White Claws around your fire pit. That pretty much September lasts until mid-November that way. So just a little tip.
Sean, you just applaud when you stand up. Do you see that?
Yeah, come on. I have breasted boobily into every room I've entered today. Clap. So part of the question was, did you acquire anything during the pandemic that made you really happy? I'm a nerd, which means that like most nerds, I have no self-control whatsoever when it comes to money. But when I was a small child, I had an adult tell me that if you make jars that you can only open when you get a certain thing, you can buy anything you want. You just put the quarters in that thing's jar and you never take them out till the thing is available. So even completely broke, as long as I could still pay my mortgage and keep the power on, I have not touched for more than 10 years savings account that was set up so that I could one day buy a Dance Dance Revolution machine to have in my garage. And it turns out that one of the benefits of living through a global pandemic is a whole lot of people die. And all their shit goes on sale. It's amazing. So one of the stores that has been watching for a DDR machine for me for a decade finally called and said, "We have a DDR Extreme Mix 2 machine. It has had one owner. What happened to the owner? He got COVID. Did he get it on the machine?" Well, no. How much will it cost to ship the machine to Seattle? And then I cleaned out my garage and informed my mother that I had bought a 600-pound video game. She didn't think I meant that. So now I have baby. She lives in my garage. She is the most beautiful thing I own. She is a second owner, 20-year-old Dance Dance Revolution Extreme Mix 2 console. No scratches, no scrapes, no stickers. She's beautiful. People tell me she's a bad financial investment. So I have set up a little checkboard next to her. And every time someone plays a game, you have to make a line. And every line represents the dollar that that game would have cost you in an arcade. So far, I earned back the value of my DDR machine 3 times, and I've lost 65 pounds. So really, that is the best thing about COVID is everyone dying and me getting their stuff.
Oh, man. I think my favorite is Max 2, but Extreme 2 is like number 2.
Ooh, now I want his stuff.
Like 6,000 to 7,000 books.
I have so many lots.
Yes. It's true. I have no power here anymore, so you're on your own. All right, sir, I promised you you had the next comment, sir.
For the last 20 years, my birthday is in November, and Windycon is the most time, well, actually Chicago Towers, because it's not Windycon, at this hotel. And Thanksgiving weekend is very close to my birthday. On my 40th birthday, I started throwing beer tastings. And I've been doing it for the last 20 years at Windycon, CapCon, and DuckCon when there was DuckCon. I could show you a bottle of beer from our beer tasting. This year, there were no official parties. So I just wanted to say something, you know, I spend hundreds of dollars in beer, and I like to try to have people get a knowledge of what I feel a good beer and not beer like substance like anything that says light in the beer or
Keystone.
Keystone or just generic beer.
Natty Ice.
And beer light or Miller Lite, Coors Light, you know, you
Yeah.
get all these different beers that are not beer. But I just wanted to say, I don't know how many people go to parties. That's one of my favorite things to conventions are the parties. This year there were no official parties. There were 3 unofficial parties, including my beer tasting. We registered for a official party. We were sanctioned for official party. We were the only one for the longest time. And I just, you know, I don't know how what the feeling is about parties. It seems to go up and down, but I think it's an integral part of the convention.
Most definitely.
For me, it is pretty much the total convention experience because I spend a lot of time dealing with a party and I try to get to the other parties. And usually there's about a dozen, maybe upwards of 20 parties on Saturday night and slightly less on Friday night. But I just want to make sure that the party experience continues at conventions. And I talked to the outgoing, the guy who left.
John? Yeah.
And I asked him about if there's going to be official parties next year. He said we're working on it, which is something. But I just wanted to say that I thought we were going to be the only party. I brought like 70 beers.
Talk to me after the panel.
I went through about 20 maybe, and a lot of these beers were very fancy, rich barrel-aged beers. Barrel-aged beer was the theme. I don't know if you know anything about beer.
Right.
But those are $20 a bottle.
Right. But so
This one was 18, so it's a little cheaper.
I get you. So you're really worried about parties, and I do understand that. And yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. So let me address that concern of yours. If it's safe to next year and we party, we partying. All right. I assure you of that. For this year, it was just purely because we are still living in pandemic times. I didn't feel comfortable. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to condone social gatherings like that where everybody was going to be close. So I wanted to have a policy where if people wanted to have a party, that was on them, but I didn't feel comfortable with the convention condone gatherings like that. So I do apologize. If it absolutely felt it could be safe to have parties, we would have had official parties this year. I was kind of hoping that people would step up and just sort of do their own underground thing. And it sounds like you went and took that. Yeah. So I thank you for that, so that people could be entertained. So thank you, Sarah. And now, yes, let's talk about the shuttle. Yes. So I do also apologize for the shuttle. That was some issues with the hotel. I know that they're having staffing issues the same that we are, and it was a logistical issue for them. I think we ended up Saturday and Sunday. I believe next year they're looking into getting that shuttle service up again to full. So I apologize for that. The hotel's trying the best they can. I saw a hand up in the back. James, did you have your hand up? Yes. Oh. Certainly. I'm glad that we were able to make you all feel safe to come out. And, for those who couldn't come out, I'm glad that we were able to offer at least something over streaming. Again, it's all about having a good time, bringing everybody together. And, if you didn't feel comfortable, this wouldn't be worth doing. So I'm glad that you all felt safe enough to come out. So thank you for coming. Yes, sir. Capricorn's got parties. Go to Capricorn. They're cool. I've been there before. It's fun. At Cap, they're gonna have parties at Cap. They party in the Cap. She said it. They party at Cap. And I also heard about Chicago TARDIS a little earlier. I just want to shout out the con chair for Chicago TARDIS was here, Taylor Deffrage. She's also working on ChiCon 8. So shout out to Chicago TARDIS. If you're into Doctor Who or into having a good time, make sure to check out Chicago TARDIS. Support Chicago fandom and conventions, y'all. I'm more of an anime guy myself, so I always go to Anime Central and the new one out here, Anime Magic. You like Midwest Fur Fest, even if you're not into furry subculture, probably has the best dance, electronic dance out of any convention in Chicagoland. Let me tell you right now, y'all spin on Midwest Fur Fest. I'm not even a furry, and I love that con. All right. Ada, Brendan, you see Ada? All right, I'll try and stall for a little bit longer, but once we hit 4 o'clock, we got to get going. Any more questions? Comments? Oh, wait. Bro. Yes. Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for taking this seriously. Thank you for putting up with our mandates. I know that they're onerous, and some people think that they're just security theater. Really serious about trying to keep people safe. I'm sorry that there are a few instances where we weren't fast enough getting people to get their masks up. We regrouped and we really redoubled our efforts to make sure that we had everybody getting their masks up when they weren't actively eating or drinking. And I really want to thank you all for putting up with the same shit you've been putting up with for over a year now. So thank you. I think I saw oh, no problem. Yes.
Well, the one thing I missed from this convention was the Pluto panel. And there used to be a panel for the Doctor Who, it was I missed those. The only thing that the virus has done for me is before the virus began, I was trying to read and listen to every Doctor Who story.
Mhm.
I was on a third Doctor
Mhm.
when this all began,
Mhm.
and I'm almost done with the 8th Doctor.
Oh, wow, you marathon that. Dang.
So I can volunteer to do that, Doctor Who.
Yeah, once that panel survey comes out, sign up for it. And again, if you're really, really into Doctor Who, I'm telling you, check out Chicago TARDIS because that's all they do. Yes, please be there. Anyone else? Help me stall for Ada. Help me stall for Ada. Somebody give me something, anything. Somebody complain about my hair. Somebody call me pretty. Yes.
Thank you. It was freezing in here. So I'm trying to get here.
Thanks for pointing that out. You know, I'll let the hotel know. We do like a little wrap up review thing with them and we can give them a note, put some like weather stripping up. No, I feel it. I feel it. It is a little chilly in here. They probably put up some weather stripping or something. So we'll pass that along. We'll pass that along. Thank you for the comment. Anything else? No, no. Are we done? You don't have Ada? I think we might be done. I don't know. I might just. Oh, what? Move to adjourn. Second. All right. I don't know. I'm supposed to say something? Thank you. All right, y'all. Thanks for coming to Windycon 47 in 2021. We'll see you next year. Reeves out.
I was thinking, oh, I could go in here from my house and then I could go through your.
I can't hear anything, so I don't know if I'm live. I hope I am. I will say hello to Windycon. Hello, Windycon. Nice to see you again. I don't have any sound at the moment from you, but wanted to say hello at least. Hello, everyone. It was a treat getting to see you all. Is that Bill? Hi, Bill. It was really fun getting to talk to you about Norse mythology earlier today. So delighted to see everybody. Sorry I couldn't come to the rest of closing ceremonies, but it's nice to say hello. Yep. Hello, everyone. Cool. Nice to see familiar people. Hello. Thank you. Much appreciated. Cool. I'm still not getting sound, but I think I'll sign off. And it was great getting to say hi to people. See you.